Welcome to Fanfiction Audiobooks. I teach in Naruto, and the system says I am Tsunade's student. Chapter 81 Naruto's Highlight Moment. I won. Sakura Haruno said excitedly. You got there first after all. Congratulations, Sakura. Yamanaka Ino said with a smile. She has always been able to accept defeat, and since the winner was Sakura Haruno, her best friend, it was only natural for her to offer her blessings. Sasuke-kun. Sakura Haruno floated towards Sasuke Uchiha like a butterfly. Yamanaka Ino shook her head. As expected, it's difficult to change Sakura Haruno's true nature no matter what. She's the kind of girl who can't stop smiling when she sees a handsome guy. Barely okay. Seeing Sakura Haruno's pleading look, Sasuke Uchiha suddenly thought of himself and casually said something. What? Sakura Haruno's eyes widened immediately. Sasuke actually praised me? Her eyes sparkled, and she longed to pounce on him like Naruto Uzumaki. Sasuke Uchiha sensed something was wrong and quickly distanced himself. Well done, Sakura. Naruto and the others gathered around. Class A of Grade 1 once again enjoyed a joyful time. Overcoming a one-year gap and defeating Class 2A twice in a row is truly a dream come true for them. But they all knew who the greatest contributor was, and they all looked towards Kitazawa without thinking. How could this be? Unable to bear the blow, Shueimyu instinctively took 2 steps back. How did the invincible Hyuga Niji lose again? For a moment, he even harbored resentment towards Hyuga Niji. You seem so capable usually, but you become so useless when it really matters? Has Ino's chakra control reached this level? Narashikaku remarked with a sigh. She could totally try learning the secret technique of the Yamanaka clan, the mind transfer technique. When it comes to secret techniques, he thinks of Narashikamaru. They were clearly smart and talented enough, but they wasted their time because of laziness. The successor to the Hai family is in the making. Hiruzen Sarutobi nodded in agreement. But compared to Yamanaka Ino, he cared more about Haruno Sakura. Because she was the daughter of a commoner ninja. Sakura Haruno has such chakra control at such a young age, her future strength will not be too bad. As the Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi's favorite people were ordinary ninjas. Because of extreme loyalty. Sometimes, ninja clans are placed before Konoha village. Especially the Uchiha clan. It's because she worked hard enough. Narashikaku sighed and said, Shikamaru is so lazy that even going to school is something his mother forces him to do. I do have an idea. Hiruzen Sarutobi glanced at Kitazawa and said, you can invite Kitazawa to be Shikamaru's tutor. Narashikaku was taken aback. His first reaction was that it was unnecessary, since Kitazawa had been teaching his son at school every day. But upon further reflection, he understood Hiruzen Sarutobi's intention. He was referring to special training. Under Kitazawa's special training, Yamanaka Ino and the others underwent a dramatic transformation. What Narashikaku knew was that Narashikamaru hadn't participated in the special training at all. If Kitazawa becomes his tutor, things might change. I'll ask Kitazawa about it when I have time. Narashikaku thought for a moment and then said. He thought it was worth a try. Although he always respected Narashikamaru's choices, who wouldn't want their son to succeed? Maybe Kitazawa can do it. The second event was won by Class A of Grade 1. Hiruzen Sarutobi, acting as the referee, announced the result of the match. Compared to the lively atmosphere of Class A in Grade 1, Class A in Grade 2 was very quiet. Having accumulated an extra year of advantage, they were determined to win the friendly match and aim for a perfect score. But now, the opponent has taken the first 2 games, leaving them feeling bewildered. The key to friendly matches lies in real combat. Mizuki took a deep breath and said, they can only beat us in these niche projects. He was cheering on Class 2A, and also cheering himself on. Hyuga Niji's spirits lifted slightly upon hearing this. He has always believed in the supremacy of the strong and that the weak should be severely humiliated. Having lost twice, he doesn't deny it and only hopes to win back completely in a real match. He won't be considered to have lost as long as he defeats Uchiha Sasuke. The third competition item is the physical fitness test. After the break, Kitazawa said, "There's only one rule, whoever lasts until the end wins." Generally, physical training exercises will include a number of laps. But once you have laps, in addition to physical strength, you also have to compete in speed. Kitazawa was worried that Naruto Uzumaki couldn't match Niji Hyuga's speed, so he changed the rules. Mizuki trusted Hyuga Niji implicitly and didn't change a single word of the rules, which led to the current situation where things have gone halfway wrong. However, Class A of Grade 1 has not yet achieved a complete victory, and we cannot let our guard down. Just run like you normally do in physical training, don't put too much pressure on yourselves. Kitazawa looked at the students in Class 1A and reminded them. "Don't worry, Kitazawa-sensei." Naruto Uzumaki confidently declared, "I will be number 1 again this time." The one on the other side is Hyuga Niji, don't get too cocky. Kaiba Inyazuka nudged him with his elbow and said. Now that it's time to unite against external threats, he didn't confront Naruto Uzumaki head-on. "Why are you all only concerned about Hyuga Niji?" Naruto scratched his head and said, "I think Rock Lee is pretty good too." He trained with Rock Lee and they knew each other very well. In terms of hard work and youth, Rock Lee and he were equally matched. "Who is Xiao Li?" Kaiba Inyazuka asked in a puzzled tone. "Rock Lee." Naruto Uzumaki raised his hand and pointed at Rock Lee. Kaiba Inyazuka looked at his familiar green bodysuit and immediately understood. Naruto. Rock Lee noticed Naruto Uzumaki and immediately stood up to greet him. His actions immediately caught the attention of Class 2A. After all, the sudden appearance of someone with a completely different style in a lifeless atmosphere is naturally very eye-catching. "Little Lee." Naruto Uzumaki gave Rock Lee a thumbs up and said, "For youth. For the sake of youth." Lee Rock said with a serious expression, "I will not lose to you in this physical fitness test. These two guys are hopeless. It's so painful to look at every day." Niji Hyuga really wanted to complain, but ultimately chose to give up. They're both defeated opponents anyway. Rock Lee frequently challenged him, but never won. Naruto Uzumaki is playing with him, so he's probably not that strong. Page 88. Niji Hyuga's goal was always Sasuke Uchiha. After all, he was the top student in Class A of the first year. "Prepare!" Kitazawa shouted loudly. Everyone quickly got into starting positions. At Kitazawa's command, they rushed out. Niji Hyuga ran in the lead, followed closely by Sasuke Uchiha, Naruto Uzumaki, and Rock Lee. "Kitazawa." Shui Mu suddenly walked over and asked, "Why is there a student in your class who didn't participate in the friendly match?" He was referring to Yakumo Kurama, who had been observing from the sidelines. "She is not in good health, so she will not participate," Kitazawa explained. Chakra forms, Genjutsu has no form at all. As for the chakra control and physical fitness tests, they were truly due to Kurama Yakumo's body. "Is that so?" Mizuki glanced at Kurama Yakumo and then ignored him. He had looked at the top 10 students in Class A of the first year, and Yakumo Kurama was not among them. Since that was the case, he posed no threat. Time passes slowly. After running 50 laps, more than half of the students from both classes were eliminated, leaving less than 10 people running. Niji Hyuga remains in first place. It's a sure thing this time. Seeing this, Shui Mu couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. "It's not over yet, you never know." Kurane Yui suddenly spoke up. Shuimu looked completely bewildered. "What's wrong with you? You're not the teacher of Class 1A, so why are you undermining me and siding with Kitazawa?" "Hong is right." Kitazawa smiled and said. He naturally had to support his girlfriend. Upon hearing this, Kurane gave him a bright smile. Shuimu suddenly realized something. Kitazawa, you deserve to die. Did they actually manage to win over Kurane Ui? Although Shoimu already had a girlfriend, he still felt jealous. Kurane Ui is a well-known beauty in Konoha village, and her genjutsu skills are among the best. What makes her so special that she's interested in Kitazawa? Niji will win, Mizuki said through gritted teeth. If it weren't for Hiruzen Sarutobi's presence, he really wouldn't have been able to suppress his killing intent towards Kitazawa. This guy stole all his honors, it's simply unacceptable. Kurane Ui frowned slightly. She keenly sensed Shui Mu's subtle emotions. But then I thought, a talent that isn't envied is mediocre, which also shows Kitazawa's excellence. She definitely didn't choose the wrong boyfriend. After 80 laps, only 5 people remained on the field. Niji Hyuga, Sasuke Uchiha, Naruto Uzumaki, Kaiba Inyazuka, and Rock Lee. What went wrong? Upon seeing this scene, Shui Mu felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. Isn't this similar to the previous competition event? There are 2 in Class A of Grade 2 and 3 in Class A of Grade 1. This is absolutely unbelievable. Shoimu had always envisioned Class A of the second year achieving a resounding victory, sweeping the top 10 spots. After all, there's a 1-year difference. As a result, Class A of Grade 1 surpassed Class A of Grade 2 in both quantity and quality. Isn't this just a veiled criticism that his teaching ability is far inferior to Kitazawa's? Shoimu suddenly felt a little regretful. I knew I shouldn't have held this friendly match. I can't do it anymore, you guys keep going. Kaiba Inyazuka ran off the track and plopped down on his bottom. Hyuga Niji wiped the sweat from his face, looking serious. In particular, Naruto Uzumaki and Rock Lee put tremendous pressure on him. Little Lee. Naruto Uzumaki caught his breath and exclaimed, what a battle brimming with youthful energy. Youth, that's what youth should be like. Rock Lee's physical exertion was more severe than Naruto's, but he still answered with great strength. Uchiha Sasuke felt like he'd been screwed over. Why are there so many livestock? He ran one more lap, but eventually reached his limit and was forced to leave the field. Niji Hyuga was panting heavily. He felt his strength waning. Burn your youth. Drink up. Naruto Uzumaki suddenly accelerated. What a youthful scene! Lee Rock stopped, tears and snot streaming down his face. He had no strength left. Hyuga Niji sensed something was wrong. What's wrong with this guy? Why does he have so much stamina? He gritted his teeth and chased after him. But Naruto Uzumaki turned around and gave him a thumbs up, then accelerated again. Hyuga Niji almost couldn't catch his breath. But he knew he was powerless to change the situation and could only admit defeat. When he stopped, the entire room fell silent. Chapter 82 Hinata Hyuga Awakens. After the physical fitness test ended, everyone collapsed to the ground to rest, except for Naruto Uzumaki. He was so excited because he won first place that he circled around the crowd. Kitazawa felt like he was just about to say, "We are the champions." It feels so familiar. As Narashikako watched the speeding figure, he immediately thought of the yellow flash, Minato Namikaze. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded in satisfaction. The current Naruto Uzumaki does indeed have a bit of Minato Namikaze's vibe. Of course, it has a stronger youthful vibe. But what's done is done, and there's nothing he can do to change it. Hiruzen Sarutobi looked at Kitazawa. What reward should we give him? According to the rules of Konoha village, ninjas are only given special rewards after they exceed the requirements of a mission or make great contributions. Kitazawa is just a teacher, logically speaking, he shouldn't be given that much. But given Naruto's status, Hiruzen Sarutobi felt that even if Kitazawa was rewarded, no one would gossip. After all, the importance of a stable Jinchuriki to a village is self-evident. Did we lose again? Shui Mu was distraught and muttered to himself. Kurane glanced at him, feeling a little sorry for him. If it were her, she would probably react the same way after losing 3 games in a row. Kitazawa, however, did not take advantage of the situation. He was pondering how to arrange his troops in the upcoming actual competition. Without a doubt, the second-year Class A meeting included Hyuga Niji, Tenten, and Rock Lee. Hyuga Niji handed it over to Kurama Yakumo to handle. Rock Lee can get Naruto Uzumaki to take action. The physical fitness test just now clearly shows that Rock Lee is now a step below Naruto Uzumaki. As for Tien, she's a bit of a problem. Her pile of ninja tools had a kind of overwhelming, lower-dimensional feel to it. Uchiha Sasuke and his companions are still young, and ninja tools pose a great threat to them. If they are not careful, they could easily be defeated. The first person that came to Kitazawa's mind was Uchiha Sasuke. Although he didn't awaken the Sharingan, he possessed fire-release ninjutsu and shuriken manipulation techniques, allowing him to go toe-to-toe with Tenten. Kitazawa quickly thought of another candidate, Hinata Hyuga. Page 89. If she activates her Byakugan, then ninja tools will have no effect on her. After all, the Byakugan has a 360-degree field of vision. The only problem is, what if I don't activate the Byakugan? Kitazawa thought about it and decided to push her a little harder. Congratulations to Class A of Grade 1 for winning again. We will have a half-hour break before the actual competition begins. Hiruzen Sarutobi fulfilled his role as referee to the best of his ability. Yes, there are also real-world competitions. Upon hearing this, Shuimu regained much of his spirits. Ultimately, ninjas are all about skill. Aside from actual combat, all other competitions are just fancy and meaningless. Shuimu, as if grasping at a last straw, became serious. He returned to the students in Class 2A and began to devise tactics. As a Chunin, his vision was far superior to that of second-year students. He had a rough idea of which 5 students from Class A of the first year would be going to compete, so he could share some of his experience with the students on the spot. Why don't you talk to your students? Kurane looked at the composed Kitazawa and asked. We've covered everything that needed to be discussed, the rest is up to them. Kitazawa smiled and said, I believe them. Your students have indeed performed very well. Kurane said, somewhat puzzled, I really don't know how you taught her. If you have time, I can teach you. Kitazawa blinked and said. You still want to be my teacher? Kurane rolled her eyes at him and said, dream on. Kitazawa thought for a moment and then said nothing more. He wasn't joking. In the original work, Kurane Yui, although a jonin, was not considered a top-tier ninja. If given the chance, Kitazawa should definitely teach her more ninjutsu to increase her strength. However, he doesn't know many ninjutsu right now, so he can only wait for the system to work its magic. Half an hour later, the rested group formed a circle around the playground. The final competition was a practical exercise, but only 5 students from each class participated in the match. Without a doubt, these 5 students are the best in both classes. Hiruzen Sarutobi stood on the field as the referee. He is very much looking forward to the upcoming real-world competition. Because all the young geniuses of Konoha village gather here. It is no exaggeration to say that the performance of Hyuga Niji, Uzumaki Naruto, and others determined the future of Konoha village. The last class with so many geniuses was the one with Kakashi Hatake, Might Guy, and Asuma Sarutobi. I will now announce the rules. Hiruzen Sarutobi said calmly, first, we must never act impulsively, sparring must be done to the point of no return. Second, absolute fairness is essential. As the referee, I will not miss any calls, nor will I show favoritism. Mizuki. Kitazawa looked at Mizuki and said, please. At that time, in order to achieve the effect of Tianji's horse racing strategy in actual competition, he set a rule that students from Class A of the second year would go out first. Because Mizuki had too much faith in the abilities of Class 2A, he agreed without hesitation. But now he feels that he was somewhat rash back then. After the first 3 competition events, his opinion of the students in Class A of the first year completely changed. Even the most confident actual combat competitions showed a slight wavering. Day by day, Shui Mu shouted in a deep voice. After losing 3 events, the morale of Class 2A was low, and they desperately needed a victory. However, since Hyuga Niji was the strongest, he should be the last to appear, so he chose Tenten, who was ranked second. Keep it up, Tian Tian. Li Rock and others cheered her on. Although Niji Hyuga didn't speak, he nodded, his meaning clear. Leave it to me, no problem. Tian Tian patted the large scroll hanging at his waist and said. Hinata Hyuga. Kitazawa looked at Hinata Hyuga. Hinata Hyuga's face showed obvious surprise upon hearing her name. She didn't expect to be the first one to go on stage. Hinata Hyuga met Kitazawa's gaze. She slowly exhaled and then nodded heavily. Mr. Kitazawa has done so much for me, I must not let him down. Hinata Hyuga walked resolutely onto the playground. Hello, I'm Tenten, Niji's friend. Tenten extended her hand with a warm smile and said, I've heard Niji mention you occasionally, but I never expected that my opponent today would be you. Hinata Hyuga subconsciously looked at Niji Hyuga. But he stood there, neither sad nor happy, and showed no reaction. Hello. Hinata Hyuga withdrew her gaze and shook hands with her. Watch out, Hinata. Tian Tian opened the scroll and said, I won't go easy on Class 2A. Hinata Hyuga did not answer, but simply assumed the starting stance of gentle fist. In the instant she used her psychic powers, she rushed forward. But it was too late. Just as she was about to strike, she heard the whoosh of wind and saw a dense barrage of shuriken hurtling towards her. Just as Tian Tian said, she did not go easy on anyone. Hinata Hyuga immediately widened her eyes. Kitazawa's special training in catching leaves came in handy at this moment. Her petite body swiftly dodged the shuriken attacks. Not only that, while dodging, she also used kunao in both hands to deflect the shuriken one by one. Awesome! Seeing this every day, he couldn't help but sigh. Using so many ninja tools was essentially cheating, but ninja tools are indeed essential for ninjas, so no one said anything. To her surprise, Hinata Hyuga was able to dodge so many shuriken so easily. Double Rising Dragon. Without the slightest hesitation, Tian Tian took out 2 normal-sized scrolls. She threw it away quickly. The scrolls seemed to transform into 2 dragons in the air, opening their mouths and spitting out a large number of ninja tools. If the shuriken of the past were linear attacks, then the ninja tools of today are indiscriminate attacks. Hinata Hyuga was immediately in a very sorry state. After narrowly dodging a kunao, he was caught off guard and his wrist was slashed by a shuriken, dripping with blood. Hinata Hyuga broke out in a cold sweat. She tried her best to dodge, but there were just too many ninja tools. Are we going to admit defeat? Hinata recalled Kitazawa's warm smile and trusting eyes. Do not. We must not fall here. A powerful burst of chakra suddenly erupted from Hinata Hyuga's body. The next second, her eyes were surrounded by bulging veins. Hinata Hyuga suddenly felt that the world had become completely different. The ninja tools that were previously difficult to see have become very clear. Eye roll. Every day, looking into eyes that were exactly the same as Hyuga Niji's, she couldn't help but feel a jolt in her heart. His sharp gaze was fixed on her, as if a scalpel were peeling away her layers. Hyuga Niji, who had been expressionless, suddenly sharpened his gaze and showed surprise. Did they actually open their eyes at this moment? In terms of age, he is not much inferior to him. How did she change so much? It's rare to see someone roll their eyes at this age. Narashikaku said with a surprised tone. It seems that the Hyuga clan, like the Uchiha clan, will have 2 geniuses. Hiruzen Sarutobi stroked his beard and said. As the Hokage, he naturally knew about the Hyuga clan's young lady and heir. Like Hyuga Niji, Hiruzen Sarutobi believed that she was not suitable to be a ninja. But in a sense, such a Hyuga clan leader is beneficial to Konoha village. However, this change made him think of Kitazawa. That's the only reason. Hiruzen Sarutobi became increasingly satisfied with Kitazawa. He's only been teaching for less than 3 months, yet he's already brought about such a huge change in Naruto Uzumaki, Hinata Hyuga, and the others. He's truly a talent. After acquiring the Byakugan, Hinata Hyuga's strength increased dramatically. Page 90. She sped forward through what could be described as a storm of ninja tools, quickly approaching Tenten. Without the slightest hesitation, she put 2 fingers together and aimed them at the A-cup ointment on her wrist. Tian felt a numbness in her wrist, and her chakra became disordered. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Hinata Hyuga struck out with her palm, sending her flying. I surrender. Tian sighed and said. She has been acupunctured and will be unable to use the summoning technique to summon ninja tools for a short period of time. Hinata Hyuga can get close to her at any time. Ninjas in the ninja world all know what the consequences will be if a member of the Hyuga clan gets close to them. Have I opened my eyes? Hinata Hyuga finally realized what was happening. An indescribable emotion welled up inside her, and she felt a sense of exhilaration. Chapter 83 Naruto, A Righteous Gang Fight. Kitazawa nodded slightly as he looked at Hinata Hyuga, who had awakened her powers, and felt a sense of relief. After so much hard work, it has finally paid off. In the original work, Hinata Hyuga definitely did not awaken her Sharingan at the age of 6. Now, under his influence, he has gained early access to the world, and a sense of accomplishment has arisen in his heart. The system also rewarded him in a timely manner. Current task: help Hinata Hyuga awaken her Byakugan. Mission reward: 8 trigrams, Mountain Shattering Strike. The host has completed the mission, reward issued. Bagua Mountain Breaking Strike is one of the soft fist techniques that complements the White Eye technique, forming a complementary style with the soft fist Bagua 64 palms. The former emphasizes instantaneous bursts of power, while the latter focuses on sustained attacks. After defeating Class 2A, he will be able to obtain the Gentle Fist, 8 trigrams 64 palms. By then, his overall strength will be comparable to that of an elite Jonin. I did it, Kitazawa-sensei. After Hinata Hyuga won the match, she ran up to Kitazawa. She was very excited because she had just opened her eyes, and a blush still lingered on her face. Congratulations, Hinata. Kitazawa smiled and said. Hinata, you won so beautifully. Yamanaka Ino spoke candidly. The White Eyes truly live up to their reputation. Kaiba Inyazuka gave a thumbs up. I've actually wanted to ask this for a long time, why are Hinata's eyes white? Naruto scratched his head and asked. He had no concept of bloodline limits, so he didn't know what the Byakugan was. Bloodline limit. Shino Aberame adjusted her sunglasses and was about to speak when Kaiba Inyazuka interrupted her. Let me tell you. Kaiba Inyazuka chuckled, walked up to him, and explained to him what a bloodline limit was. Is that cool? Naruto Uzumaki exclaimed in amazement after hearing this. When it comes to bloodline limits, the most powerful is undoubtedly the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan. Sakura Haruno said, hands on her hips. Sasuke, have you awakened your powers? Naruto asked curiously upon hearing this. Sasuke Uchiha's lips twitched, he didn't want to pay him any attention. If he had seen the world, would he still be so low-key? It has to be said that he greatly envied Hinata Hyuga for opening her Sharingan. After all, her strength increased significantly after she opened her eyes. I just don't know if I can beat her as easily as before. Uchiha Sasuke had the idea of sparring with Hyuga Hinata. But before her, he had another opponent to deal with, namely Hyuga Niji. Why exactly? Tsinghua University was undoubtedly the hardest hit. Just when it seemed that Tenten was gaining the upper hand and about to win the game, Hinata Hyuga suddenly awakened her Sharingan, turning the tide of the match. This roller coaster-like experience made him very uncomfortable. Feel sorry. After finishing her performance, Tian returned to the students of Class 2A. It's normal to lose to someone who rolls their eyes. Hyuga Niji said calmly. Shuimu originally intended to give Tian a couple of pointers, but upon hearing this, she ultimately chose to give up. At this time, it's best not to say anything that could undermine unity. Yes. Rock Lee comforted her, saying, Hinata Hyuga is indeed very strong, you don't need to be too discouraged. Hyuga Niji glanced at him subconsciously. Is Hinata Hyuga now considered very strong? Thinking about it carefully, it really is true. He opened his eyes at the age of 6, which is rare even in the history of the Hyuga clan, making him a true genius. Niji Hyuga suddenly wanted to fight Hinata Hyuga. Now, she is qualified to be her own opponent. Little Lee. After pondering for a long time, Shui Mu said, you will be the one to fight in the next match. Rock Lee was originally the worst student in Class 2A, but his physical skills improved by leaps and bounds after he met Might Guy. At the second grade level, that's already considered very impressive. Teacher Shuimu. I swear on my youth that I will live up to your expectations. Rock Lee gave a thumbs up and said. Teacher Kitazawa. Upon seeing Rock Lee appear, Naruto Uzumaki immediately shouted. Go ahead, be careful. Kitazawa had originally arranged for him to deal with Rock Lee, and seeing that he volunteered, he went along with it. Great! Naruto Uzumaki suddenly stood up and rushed to the playground. When Rock Lee saw that his opponent was him, his thick eyebrows twitched, and the blood in his veins began to boil. Little Lee! Naruto Uzumaki shouted excitedly. Naruto! Rock Lee responded. I never imagined we would become rivals. Naruto Uzumaki remarked with emotion. Teacher Kai will definitely be happy for us. Rock Lee clenched his fist and said, now we are having a taijutsu contest under the witness of the Hokage. The next second, the two hugged each other and cried their hearts out. A question mark appeared on Hiruzen Sarutobi's face. What a bizarre turn of events. Why does this happen? They're so full of energy. Narashikaku's eyelids twitched wildly as he spoke. You don't need to overpraise me. Sarutobi Hiruzen remarked. Lord Hokage, I was just speaking from the heart. Narashikaku coughed twice and said. Game start. Kitazawa couldn't hold back any longer and quickly shouted. Watch out, Naruto. Without hesitation, Lee Rock kicked out. Konoha Tornado. Naruto Uzumaki responded with the same spinning kick. Two gusts of green wind collided, producing a dull thud. Youth is all about fighting. Rock Lee took a step back, then stepped forward again and shouted, Konoha Whirlwind. Konoha Badawasho. Naruto Uzumaki, not to be outdone, used his newly learned taijutsu. He met Lee Rock's high kick with a flying elbow. There was a bang. Page 91. The shockwave spread outwards. Rock Lee's expression remained unchanged, but he knew in his heart that he was at a disadvantage. Because of the Nine Tails chakra and the bloodline of the Uzumaki clan, Naruto Uzumaki is incredibly tough. Rock Lee was just an ordinary taijutsu ninja, so naturally he couldn't compare. But he was not afraid. The two exchanged blows, engaging in a battle of physical prowess. Kai taught well. Hiruzen Sarutobi looked at Naruto Uzumaki, who was in a dominant position, and nodded in satisfaction. Naruto also has talent. Narashikaku said with a smile. Unfortunately, taijutsu ninjas have considerable limitations. Hiruzen Sarutobi was silent for a few seconds before speaking. Taijutsu ninjas are inherently at a disadvantage against ninjutsu ninjas, and are easily dragged to their deaths. Those taijutsu ninjas who survived either learned the 8 gates or possessed a bloodline limit like the Byakugan. Hiruzen Sarutobi hoped that Naruto Uzumaki, like Minato Namikaze, would become a ninjutsu user. Naruto. After fighting for several minutes, Rock Lee created some distance and said, "Go all out." Naruto Uzumaki looked conflicted upon hearing this. Hiruzen Sarutobi, however, became interested. Could it be that Naruto Uzumaki has mastered the 8 gates? But then I thought about it again, and realized it was impossible. The 8 gates formation is extremely difficult to learn. Naruto, youth is all about going all out. Rock Lee pleaded, "I want to lose fair and square." Shui Mu felt a chill run down her spine. What's going on with you? Are you admitting defeat? He is now filled with regret. Why did he have to be so foolish as to go and have that friendly match with Kitazawa? It is good. Naruto Uzumaki immediately formed hand seals. Shadow Clone Technique. 2 Naruto Uzumakis appeared from the smoke. Without hesitation, they formed hand seals again and used the Shadow Clone Technique. In the blink of an eye, there were 7 Naruto Uzumakis on the field. "Young Lee, please enlighten me." The 7 Naruto Uzumaki shouted Konoha Whirlwind and rushed forward. The result was predictable. Rock Lee was brutally beaten by a mob of righteous indignation. This kid actually achieved the effect of multiple shadow clones using this method. A look of surprise appeared on Hiruzen Sarutobi's face. At the same time, he was thinking about a question: should he teach the multiple shadow clone technique to Naruto Uzumaki? After all, he is indeed very suitable for this ninjutsu. A 6-year-old can create 6 shadow clones. Narashikaku was startled and murmured, "How much chakra does that take?" Of course, he wasn't the only one who was frightened. Shuimu turned to ash on the spot. He couldn't create 6 shadow clones, yet a first-year student could do it easily. Whoever goes up there, they're bound to lose. Is this the shadow clone technique? Narashikamaru's eyes widened as he asked. Naruto has already mastered B-rank ninjutsu. Kaiba Inyazuka sensed the enormous gap between himself and Naruto Uzumaki. Uchiha Sasuke fell silent. He was wondering if he could defeat Hinata Hyuga, who had activated her Byakugan, but now he has another problem. Could he defeat 7 Naruto Uzumakis ganging up on him? How outrageous! How can there be so many geniuses in a small first-grade A class? The winner is Naruto Uzumaki. Hiruzen Sarutobi announced the results with a broad smile. Naruto Uzumaki's ability to effectively use the shadow clone technique proves that his future extends beyond just being a taijutsu ninja. With his talent, he could easily master both taijutsu and ninjutsu. More importantly, Hiruzen Sarutobi knew that he was the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. He didn't even dare to imagine how powerful Naruto would become once he mastered the Nine-Tails Chakra. "Xiao Li, are you all right?" Naruto Uzumaki dispersed his shadow clones and helped Rock Lee up. "You're really strong, but I'll try my best to catch up." Instead of being discouraged, Rock Lee was very excited. "I'm waiting for you." Naruto Uzumaki gave a thumbs up and said, "Niji." Mizuki looked at Hyuga Niji and said, "You'll be the one to fight in the next match." In 5 matches, best of 5, they have already lost 2. If Hyuga Niji doesn't act now, he'll miss his chance. "Niji, the hopes of Class 2A are now all on your shoulders." Shui Mu said earnestly, "If you lose, this friendly match will be completely over." "I see." Hyuga Niji said confidently, "I will not lose." After he finished speaking, he walked to the center of the playground. Upon seeing this, Uchiha Sasuke instinctively looked at Kitazawa. He couldn't wait to take the stage. "Kurama Yakumo." Kitazawa uttered a name that surprised everyone. "Not me." Sasuke Uchiha froze in shock. Hyuga Niji stared blankly at the unfamiliar little girl opposite him. Chapter 84 Kitazawa's post-match gains. "Teacher Kitazawa, what's going on?" Uchiha Sasuke couldn't help but ask. Although he trusted Kitazawa, he was puzzled by the loss of the long-awaited opportunity to fight him. Not only him, but Naruto Uzumaki, Ino Yamanaka, and others also felt the same doubt. The reason is that Yakumo Kurama has very little presence in Class A of the first year. She often skipped classes, only occasionally attending a practical training session. Since Tsunade returned to the village, she has simply suspended her studies. The students in Class A of the first year had only one impression of Yakumo Kurama, that she was in poor health and very frail. But now that the little white rabbit in their eyes is going to fight the great demon king Hyuga Niji, it seems unbelievable. You'll understand why I sent Yakumo to fight after you watch the match. Kitazawa said calmly. But Uchiha Sasuke was still unwilling to accept it. After all, he really wanted to fight Hyuga Niji and test the power of the legendary Byakugan. Sasuke, calm down. Kitazawa patted him on the shoulder and said, don't worry, if Yakumo loses, I'll let you spar with Niji. Uchiha Sasuke hesitated for a moment, then agreed. He wanted to see just what kind of skills this Yakumo Kurama possessed. The Kurama clan. Narashikako looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen and asked, is it that Genjutsu clan that was once on par with the Uchiha clan? Good. A glint of light flashed in Hiruzen Sarutobi's eyes as he said, I didn't expect Kitazawa to arrange for her to deal with Niji Hyuga. But this arrangement suited his wishes perfectly. He also wanted to see to what extent Yakumo Kurama's bloodline limit had been developed. Narashikaku seemed lost in thought. With his intelligence, he immediately thought of a possibility. That is, Yakumo Kurama awakened his bloodline limit. This is a bloodline limit comparable to the Sharingan. The Kurama clan might rise to prominence because of this, and perhaps we can make friends in advance. Please. Hyuga Niji formed the seal of opposition. Although he didn't understand why his opponent wasn't Uchiha Sasuke, he was determined to win no matter who it was. Kurama Yakumo nodded somewhat nervously. Despite Niji Hyuga's fame, she lacked inner confidence. Page 92. But since Kitazawa said she could win, she was going to give it a try. Game start. As soon as Kitazawa finished speaking, Hyuga Niji immediately activated his Byakugan. In an instant, the flow of chakra within Kurama Yakumo's body came into view. What? Niji Hyuga's pupils involuntarily contracted. An immense amount of yin release chakra gathered within Kurama Yakumo's small body, leaving him feeling awe. Be careful. Without any hesitation, Yakumo Kurama tore up the painting he had prepared beforehand. Scorching flames appeared out of nowhere, instantly transforming into a sea of fire. The temperature rose around them, and sweat beaded on Hyuga Niji's forehead. What kind of fire-style ninjutsu is this? Sasuke Uchiha looked surprised. Its range and power have surpassed the fire release, great fireball technique and fire release, phoenix flower technique that he has learned. Yakumo is incredibly strong. Naruto now understands why Kitazawa chose Yakumo Kurama to fight. Has a problem. Narashikaku frowned and said, she didn't use hand seals when she used ninjutsu. Yamanaka Ino, Abarame Shino, and the others were startled. Hinata Hyuga looked at Niji Hyuga, who was desperately trying to escape, and felt incredulous. Could a genius like him be so powerless? Hateful. Hyuga Niji dodged the sea of fire and then suddenly accelerated, rushing forward. But halfway there, Yakumo Kurama took out another painting. Boom! A dark cloud suddenly appeared in the sky, and then several bolts of lightning struck. Seeing this, Hyuga Niji had no choice but to stop and avoid the lightning. Kurama Yakumo continued moving and took out the third painting. Gusts of wind flew out from the painting, turning into countless transparent kunao in the air. It uses fire release, lightning release, and wind release all at once. What kind of monster is this? The students in Class A of Grade 1 were completely dumbfounded. Even Sasuke Uchiha had a question, is she really our age? This is a bloodline limit. Nara Shikamaru had a sudden inspiration and said, she is from the Kurama clan, and legend has it that she possesses a genjutsu bloodline limit that rivals the Sharingan. Uchiha Sasuke suddenly stood up straight. A match for the Sharingan? This is impossible. However, judging from Kurama Yakumo's performance, this bloodline limit is indeed extremely terrifying. No wonder they can be on par with the Uchiha clan. Narashikaku was deeply shocked. As a jonin, he saw far more than Narashikamaru and the others. That's why he felt that this bloodline limit was absolutely monstrous. This is an illusion come true. Hiruzen Sarutobi spoke slowly. To be honest, even Kurama Yakumo was surprised by his performance. The future of this bloodline limit should not be underestimated. There's actually such a bloodline limit. Narashikaku opened his mouth, unsure how to respond. Illusions are inherently fake, but then a bloodline limit appeared that can make illusions real. He could imagine that without any intelligence, facing Kurama Yakumo would be a hopeless situation. In fact, that's exactly what happened. Under Yakumo Kurama's relentless attacks, Niji Hyuga was completely unable to retaliate. Because just dodging required him to exert all his strength. Kitazawa thought to himself, this is simply a new concept of God. With his abundant paintings, Yakumo Kurama is virtually unbeatable. I'm reporting someone for cheating. Kurane Ui sighed. Although I already knew that Yakumo Kurama's illusions were outrageous, I still felt despair when I actually saw them. As an ordinary genjutsu ninja, she felt that the ninja world was too malicious. Whether it's the Uchiha clan or the Kurama clan, as long as they awaken their bloodline limit, they can easily surpass her in genjutsu. Shui Mu felt that he was definitely being targeted, as he didn't win a single point in the entire friendly match. Even Hyuga Niji, on whom high hopes were placed, was brutally beaten by a strange little girl. How could I have such a dream? Shui Mu revealed a smile that was hard to tell whether it was bitter or self-deprecating. The victor is Kurama Yakumo. Hiruzen Sarutobi chuckled and declared, I declare Class 1A the winner of this friendly match. We won. A cheer immediately erupted from Class A of Grade 1. Hyuga Niji stood still, breathing heavily. Upon hearing Hiruzen Sarutobi's words, he felt a sense of unreality. Did he really lose to Yakumo Kurama so easily? Who is the real genius? Hyuga Niji reached out and touched the caged bird on his forehead. Is this all that's meant to be for him in this life? Shuimu plopped down on the ground. He lost so badly that he no longer felt resentment, only bewilderment. Why are there so many geniuses in Class A of Grade 1? Shuimu suddenly realized a problem. He was tricked by the evil Kitazawa. He was led by the nose from beginning to end in this friendly match. But he forgot that he himself was the one who truly agreed to this friendly match. Mizuki naturally wouldn't blame herself, so she directed all her resentment at Kitazawa. If given the chance, he would not hesitate to kill Kitazawa. Current mission, defeat Class 2A in the friendly match. Mission reward, soft fist, 8 trigrams 64 palms. The host has completed the mission, reward issued. Kitazawa couldn't help but smile slightly. He finally received the reward he had been waiting for. With the 8 trigrams mountain breaking strike and the gentle fist 8 trigrams 64 palms, he only needs the heaven turning strike to catch up with Hyuga Hayashi's strength. After all, the ninjutsu instilled by the system is already at maximum proficiency. Even Hayashi Hyuga, who practiced gentle fist his entire life, might not understand it as well as he does. This is true cheat code. Kitazawa. Hiruzen Sarutobi stepped forward and said, I'll leave first. Come to my office after you've finished dealing with your business. The teachers watching nearby all looked on with envy. Clearly, this was a signal that Hiruzen Sarutobi wanted to reward Kitazawa. Yes, Hokage-sama. Kitazawa immediately agreed. After Hiruzen Sarutobi and Shikaku Nara left, the students of Class 1A, freed from their burdens, celebrated with even greater excitement. Mizuki. Kitazawa walked up to Mizuki and said, You lost. Now you have to grant me one request. Any request? Suppressing his murderous intent, Mizuki asked expressionlessly. It's very simple. Kitazawa smiled and said, be my bodyguard next weekend and accompany me on a mission. Shoimu suddenly raised his head. Going out? Just the two of them? This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I promise you. A smile appeared on Mizuki's face. Kitazawa was not surprised. After all, this was exactly the result he wanted. In the original work, Mizuki did something like killing his teammates in order to complete a mission. Kitazawa turned around and saw Hyuga Niji walking towards Hyuga Hinata. He couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly. Hinata-san, I want to challenge you. Hyuga Niji said calmly. Niji-san, I. Page 93. Hinata Hyuga was rendered speechless by the sudden challenge. Just as Kitazawa was about to speak, 4 lines of text appeared before his eyes. As the class monitor, you have an unshirkable responsibility to address the challenges posed by students from other classes. Current task: help your classmate Hinata Hyuga defeat Niji Hyuga. Mission reward: Bagwazang, reversal of heaven. Whether to accept? Niji. Kitazawa stepped forward and said, Hinata has just awakened her Sharingan, and you have studied for a year longer than her. How about this? You two spar again next semester. I'll listen to Kitazawa-sensei. Hinata Hyuga, who was already at a loss, immediately found her pillar of support. That's fine, it's fairer that way. Hyuga Niji turned and left. Don't worry, I'll give you special training. Kitazawa looked at the pitiful Hinata Hyuga and said with a smile. After saying goodbye to Kurane Ui, he headed towards the Hokage building. After all, we can't keep the Hokage waiting. Hokage's office. Kitazawa entered after receiving permission. Kitazawa. Hiruzen Sarutobi looked up at him and praised, today's friendly match between you and Class 1A surprised me. If only Sasuke Uchiha and Naruto Uzumaki showed significant changes, that wouldn't be enough to demonstrate Kitazawa's teaching ability. After all, they are very talented. But today's friendly match allowed Hiruzen Sarutobi to witness the progress of many ordinary students. Especially Sakura Harano. Thank you for the compliment, Hokage-sama. Kitazawa humbly replied, I am unworthy of such praise. Where are you talking about? Hiruzen Sarutobi waved his hand and said, it would be hard to find a better teacher than you in the entire ninja academy. You deserve the title. Kitazawa expressed his gratitude once again upon hearing this. Although the selection of outstanding teachers at the Ninja Academy hasn't started yet, I promise it will still be you. Hiruzen Sarutobi said with a broad smile. This is clearly a reward. But that's far from enough. Before Kitazawa could speak, Hiruzen Sarutobi continued, in addition, I also hope that you will be in charge of the school's academic affairs office in the future. The Academic Affairs Office is the administrative body of a school. Managing teachers' teaching tasks, goals, and plans, as well as students' exams, etc. If Kitazawa was the head of student affairs for the first-year students, he is now the head of student affairs for the entire school. Their power is second only to the principal and vice principal, which can be described as a meteoric rise. Kitazawa was very satisfied. The reason is that with this identity, he will be very safe in Konoha village. As long as you don't make any mistakes, you can be protected by Hiruzen Sarutobi. Now that you are a special jonin, you should have an A-rank ninjutsu. Hiruzen Sarutobi thought for a moment and said, you will go with Haru to the ninjutsu storage room to make your selection later. Thank you, Hokage-sama. Kitazawa spoke very sincerely this time. After all, giving an A-rank ninjutsu is quite generous. Most jonin only know 1 or 2 A-rank ninjutsu, making them extremely precious. You go down. Hiruzen Sarutobi nodded slightly and said. This time, he gave Kitazawa an exceptional reward. Firstly, Kitazawa demonstrated great value in this friendly match. Secondly, out of respect for Naruto Uzumaki, he is currently living a very happy life. Hiruzen Sarutobi was preparing to handle official business when suddenly the door was pushed open. He looked up and met Shimura Danzo's one eye. Hiruzen Sarutobi's good mood suddenly turned sour. Hiruzen. Danzo Shimura said with a serious expression, I heard that Yakumo Kurama has awakened his bloodline limit. Your information network is quite impressive. Hiruzen Sarutobi gave a light snort and said. The bloodline limit of the Kurama clan is no less than that of the Sharingan. I hope that Kurama Yakumo can join the route and be personally trained by me. Danzo Shimura revealed his purpose. No. Hiruzen Sarutobi refused without even thinking. Hiruzen. Danzo Shimura narrowed his eyes and said, her bloodline limit is dangerous and must be guided. You don't have to worry about that. Hiruzen Sarutobi looked at him and said, she has a good teacher now. Kitazawa and Ui Kurane are not qualified to teach her. Danzo Shimura cautioned, Yakumo Kurama's bloodline limit can be used to deal with the Uchiha clan. Enough. Upon hearing this, Hiruzen Sarutobi frowned and said, the Uchiha clan are also ninjas of Konoha village, you don't need to deal with them. Our teacher once said that the Uchiha clan is inherently evil, and we must be prepared. Danzo Shimura said in a deep voice, I hope you will hand over Yakumo Kurama to me. Impossible. Hiruzen Sarutobi said with a serious expression, there is absolutely no room for negotiation on this matter. Hiruzen, you will regret this. Danzo Shimura was furious and said. Danzo, I am the Hokage. Hiruzen Sarutobi retorted sharply. Bang! Danzo Shimura burst out of the door. Chapter 85 Kurane Ui, Stop Touching Me. Kitazawa, in the ninjutsu storage room, had no idea that a conversation of you regret it, I'll retaliate, bang, had taken place in the Hokage's office. If he knew, he would feel very sorry because he didn't get to see this famous scene that everyone knows. Kitazawa looked around and recognized many familiar ninjutsu techniques. Hiruzen Sarutobi was very generous. Aside from certain special ninjutsu, all 7 elemental ninjutsu were included, including the Raise Nan. Kitazawa fell into deep thought. He was debating whether to choose an A-rank ninjutsu that he hadn't mastered. But after much consideration, I finally chose the Raise Nan. The reason is simple. Since we already have a system, why waste time learning A-rank ninjutsu? Instead of wasting time, I should learn medical ninjutsu to get closer to Tsunade. You cannot take the A-rank ninjutsu scroll with you. Please memorize its contents. The ANBU Ninja Haru reminded them, if you accidentally forget, you can come back next time. Okay. Kitazawa nodded in understanding. It is no exaggeration to say that A-rank ninjutsu is the foundation of a ninja village. Once leaked, it will cause incalculable consequences. Kitazawa opened the scroll containing the Raise Nan ninjutsu and pretended to read it. 15 minutes later, he put down the ninjutsu scroll. I've noted it down. I'll take my leave now. Kitazawa said goodbye to Haru and then left the Hokage building. Walking down the street, he couldn't help but let out a long sigh. After this friendly match, his skills improved dramatically once again. As long as he doesn't encounter powerful figures like Obito Uchiha, Itachi Uchiha, or Hiruzen Sarutobi, he has enough power to protect himself. Kitazawa glanced at the unfinished tasks and finalized the next plan. One is to try to learn medical ninjutsu. Secondly, he helps his students with special training. Third, we need to eliminate the hidden danger posed by SMTH. Kitazawa thought for a moment, then instead of returning to school, headed towards Kurane Ui's house. Today is Friday, and the friendly match took up most of the day, so Class A of Grade 1 simply gave us a day off. Come back so soon? Kurane looked at Kitazawa outside the door and asked curiously, what did the Hokage reward you with? He put me in charge of the school's academic affairs office. Kitazawa paused for a moment, then said with a smile, he also gave me an A-rank ninjutsu. A-rank ninjutsu? Kurane Yui exclaimed in surprise, I only know 2 A-rank illusions, and they're family heirlooms. So, how's your boyfriend? Isn't he amazing? Kitazawa casually closed the door and walked into the living room. Page 94. Because Yakumo Kurama participated in a competition, he was given half a day off and did not come today. Okay, you're amazing. Yui Kurane gave him a disdainful look and said dismissively. Not sincere enough, start over. Kitazawa raised his hand and patted her thigh. The fair, tender flesh of her legs swayed with that movement. It's very soft, yet still elastic, you can tell it's from someone who exercises regularly. I think you're looking for a fight. Kurane was startled by him, and then immediately launched a counterattack. She stepped forward and stomped on his foot hard. But because he was barefoot, Kitazawa didn't feel much pain. 1 hit each, and we're even. Kurane Yui gave a soft hum, but a smile appeared on her lips. Then step on it a few more times. Kitazawa's gaze fell on her long, beautiful, white legs. Think beautifully. Kurane guessed what he was thinking, crossed her arms, and said, Dame. She was both playful and sexy in an instant. Kitazawa couldn't help but smile and sat down on the sofa. What ninjutsu did you choose? Kurane sat down next to him and asked, Is it wind release? It's not wind release. Kitazawa shook his head and said, It's the Raise Nan. Is that the 4th Hokage's Raise Nan? Kurane paused for a moment, then looked enlightened and asked. Good. Kitazawa explained, it's a ninjutsu without hand seals, and it's very powerful. If you learn it, it can greatly increase your strength. Xirihong heard the words but stopped talking. She wanted to say that the Raise Nan is very difficult and you might not be able to learn it, but when she thought about Kitazawa's recent changes, she didn't say it. After all, Kitazawa is now much stronger than her. This was an outcome she had never anticipated. Where is Lady Tsunade? Kitazawa grasped Kurane's small hand. Her palms were warm and soft to the touch. You know, she's at the casino right now. Kurane glanced at the clock on the wall and said, She usually doesn't come back until 6 o'clock. 2. Kitazawa was slightly dazed. He was thinking about how to take the first step in learning medical ninjutsu. Just then, Kurane Yui suddenly grabbed his wrist. What's wrong, Hong? Kitazawa blinked and asked. What did you say happened? Kurane, enraged and embarrassed, snapped, Stop touching me. Sorry, I was just thinking. Kitazawa withdrew his right hand from her thigh without changing his expression. Do you think I will believe it? Kurane glared at him and asked. Since we have some time now, how about we practice the Raise Nan together? Beizi had a sudden thought and asked. The Raise Nan is considered the ultimate form of chakra. To learn it, one needs an extremely high level of chakra control. But the sunset glow is not lacking. Because learning illusion techniques also requires extremely high chakra control. Of the 7 types of ninjutsu, sealing techniques, medical ninjutsu, and genjutsu are recognized as the most difficult to learn. Kurane Yui was stunned for 2 seconds. No, I can't learn it. This is a ninjutsu that the Hokage rewarded you with. It's against the rules for me to learn it. Heaven knows, earth knows, you know, and I know. Kitazawa smiled and countered, Are you worried that I'll betray you? That's not the problem. A conflicted expression appeared on Kurane's face. Learning ninjutsu in secret is considered a crime that can be serious or minor in Konoha. She has always been quite rule-abiding, so she seemed hesitant. Once you've learned it, you don't need to use it in everyday life. Kitazawa asked seriously, when it really comes down to life and death, do you still care about rules? The reason he taught Kurane Yui the Raise Nan was not only so that she could learn it, but also to increase her strength. After all, just knowing illusion magic has too many limitations. Once the illusion is broken, the combat power is reduced by more than half, but with the raised nan, it can play an unexpected role at crucial moments. It's alright. Even if we get caught, we can ask Lady Tsunade for help. Kitazawa stood up, pulled her along, and walked outside. With no other choice, Kurane reluctantly gave in to him. The two arrived at a secluded spot behind the house. For you. Kitazawa took out a water-filled balloon and said, "Now I will explain to you the training techniques for the first stage of the raised nan." Kurane nodded, listening intently. Now that she has decided to study, she won't be coy or hesitant. You try. After Kitazawa finished speaking, he looked at her and said. Kurane Yui stretched out her hand, and chakra surged into the balloon. The water inside started to swirl. I estimate it will take you 2 or 3 hours. Kitazawa had already mastered the raised nan, so he was well aware of Kurane's current condition. Her chakra control is good, but not as good as the mastery level given by his system. Why are you so skilled? Kurane noticed the problem and couldn't help but ask. I had already completed the first stage of raised nan training while I was on my way here. Kitazawa said, making things up. How can this be? Kurane Yui's eyes widened. From the moment Kitazawa left the school to the Hokage's office, and then to her home, the entire journey took no more than half an hour. He can complete the first stage of raised nan training in half an hour. Doesn't that mean his chakra control is far superior to hers? Look by yourself. Kitazawa took out a water-filled balloon, and after channeling chakra into it, the balloon burst instantly. You're simply a pervert. Kurane Yui, deeply disheartened, said, "Go away and don't disturb my cultivation." She still couldn't accept the fact that Kitazawa had distanced himself from her in such a short time. If you encounter any problems, come to me. Kitazawa smiled and said. It's better if he doesn't train in front of Kurane Yui, so he won't be exposed. The residents of the Hyuga clan. Rice balls, they are all rice balls. Hinata Hyuga hummed her self-composed rice ball song as she skipped and hopped into the courtyard. She was so happy today that she forgot the rules and etiquette she had been taught since childhood. Hinata. A familiar yet serious voice rang out. Hinata Hyuga felt a jolt in her heart as she recognized Hayashi Hyuga's voice. She then realized how unconventional her behavior had been. Right. Hinata Hyuga was about to apologize when she suddenly stopped. What's wrong with you? Hayashi Hyuga frowned slightly and asked. He felt that Hinata Hyuga was a completely different person today. Father. Hinata Hyuga took a deep breath and said, I activated my Byakugan. After she finished speaking, she deliberately opened her eyes, revealing prominent veins around them. You're very good. Hayashi Hyuga paused for a moment, then his attitude immediately changed drastically. She opened her eyes at the age of 6, and was already not much different from him. Page 95. The only one he can't compare to is Hyuga Niji. However, he is the most talented person in the Hyuga clan in recent years, so it's normal that he can't compare. At the same age as Hyuga Niji, Hyuga Hayashi was actually inferior to him. Thank you, father. Hinata could sense that Hayashi Hyuga's mood had suddenly improved, and the criticism he was about to receive had disappeared. She realized she had finally gained his approval. And all of this was brought about by Kitazawa. Now that you've opened your eyes, you can start learning soft fist, Bagwa 64 palms. With a smile, Hayashi Hyuga said, this is a closely guarded secret of our main family. Yes, father. Hinata Hyuga felt flattered by his smile. In her memory, Hayashi Hyuga had only smiled a handful of times. Is this the change that comes with activating the Byakugan? Hinata Hyuga felt much more confident. With Kitazawa's help, she might actually become a qualified successor to the Hyuga clan in Hyuga Hayashi's eyes. The only problem is that if things continue like this, how can she repay the great kindness she has received from Kitazawa? Hinata Hyuga fell into deep thought. Chapter 86 The Bet with Tsunade. I was so close to winning back all the money I lost. Tsunade, cursing and swearing, stomped on a piece of stone and crushed it, saying, "This is outrageous." Shizuan, who was following behind her, pursed her lips. "You're just a little short? You're a whole billion short." She's been with Tsunade for so many years, and she's never seen her win. But unfortunately, she was a terrible cook and had a huge craving for vegetables, which left her quite helpless. "Tsunade-sama." Shizuan interrupted her outburst and asked, "Should we go back to our lodgings, or go see Kitazawa and Hong?" "Make money first," Tsunade said, her face full of gloom. Shizuan wasn't surprised by what she heard. Their biggest source of income now comes from the Psychological Medical Ninja System Establishment Group. Apart from that, all ES are there. "Is it still open today?" Shizuan looked at the open door with surprise. Tsunade didn't pay any attention. She went inside, bent down to take off her shoes, and walked barefoot towards the living room. "Tsunade-sama." Kitazawa looked up at her. Tsunade walked towards the sofa, and with each step she took, he could feel the pressure on her clothes. He almost wanted to help her. "Yakumo participated in a practical competition today, so I gave her the day off." Kitazawa spoke up first, saying, "If Lady Tsunade has something to do, we can discuss new ninjutsu tomorrow." "A real match? You mean that friendly match you mentioned?" Tsunade plopped down on the sofa and casually asked, "How did it go?" "Our class won the final victory." Kitazawa paused for a moment, then smiled and said, "The Hokage also rewarded me with an A-rank ninjutsu, the Raise Nan." "You actually chose the Raise Nan?" Tsunade shook her head and suggested, "It's not too late for you to change your ninjutsu now." "Why?" Kitazawa asked a question he already knew the answer to. "The Raise Nan is a ninjutsu created by Minato." Tsunade explained, "It's extremely difficult, representing the pinnacle of chakra transformation, and it's very hard for the average person to learn. How about we make a bet?" Kitazawa, seeing that Tsunade had fallen into his trap, asked with a smile. "Oh." Tsunade raised an eyebrow and asked, "What do you want to bet?" The word she couldn't bear to hear most in her life was gambling. "If I can learn the Raise Nan within 3 days, you'll teach me medical ninjutsu, what do you say?" Kitazawa revealed his ultimate goal. 3 days? Are you kidding me? Tsunade couldn't help but laugh upon hearing this. "You should know that the Raise Nan is an imitation of the tailed beast ball." "Does Lady Tsunade want to gamble?" Kitazawa asked without changing his expression. Tsunade's gaze sharpened, and she subconsciously glanced at him twice. "So confident?" After a moment's thought, she agreed. Because she didn't believe that an ordinary special jonin could learn the Raise Nan in 3 days. "Let me make it clear beforehand, I can teach you medical ninjutsu, but I am not your teacher." Tsunade thought for a moment and then emphasized. She has high expectations for her students, and in her opinion, Kitazawa is far from being worthy of being her student. "Can?" Kitazawa did not refuse. He had previously considered betting directly that Tsunade would take him as a student, but now it seems that while she may gamble, she still has a certain amount of integrity. Fortunately, Kitazawa's goal has been achieved. Next, he just needs to subtly reveal his talent while learning medical ninjutsu. Silently glanced around. Although both of them were confident, and although the Raise Nan was difficult, for some reason, she felt that Tsunade would lose. This is probably the legendary law of cause and effect. "Where's the red one?" Tsunade leaned back, sinking into the sofa. As gravity tilts, the heavy burden takes on a shape. "She's outside practicing ninjutsu," Kitazawa replied. "Then I won't bother her." Tsunade waved her hand and said, "The discussion about the new ninjutsu will continue tomorrow." She stood up and walked with Shizuan to the apartment next door. She suddenly stopped when she reached the door. "I almost forgot, what if you don't learn the raise nan within 3 days? Tsunade turned around and asked. I'll give you 1,000,000 taels. Kitazawa thought for a moment and then said. Very good. Tsunade's eyes lit up, and a smile appeared on her face. Since you're so generous, I'll mercifully accept your 1,000,000 taels. Lady Tsunade, it's not certain who will win or lose yet. Kitazawa smiled and said. If you're beautiful, don't dream of being beautiful. Tsunade gave a light snort and said, remember to prepare 1,000,000 taels. What a strange evaluation. Kitazawa chuckled upon hearing this. Konoha Village Flower Street. Shikamaru, and Koji, see you next week. After greeting Nara Shikamaru and Akimichi Koji, Yamanaka Ino entered the Yamanaka flower shop. Are you back so early today? Yamanaka Inoichi, standing in front of the counter, asked curiously. Because our class's friendly match with Class 2A ended relatively early. Yamanaka Ino asked with a smile, Dad, guess which class won? Do I need to guess why you are laughing so happily? Yamanaka Inoichi couldn't help but smile and asked in return. That's right, our class won. Upon seeing this, Yamanaka Ino immediately said, and they won big, they didn't lose a single game. Isn't Hyuga Niji in Class 2A? Yamanaka Inoichi asked, puzzled, he lost to your class's Uchiha Sasuke? That's really something. No. Yamanaka Ino smiled again and said, now try to guess again, you definitely won't be able to guess. I really couldn't guess. Yamanaka Inoichi thought about it carefully, then shook his head and said. In his opinion, the only one in Class 1A who could pose a threat to Hyuga Niji was Uchiha Sasuke. It's Kurama Yakumo. Yamanaka Ino replied. I never expected that the declining Kurama clan could produce another genius with a bloodline limit. Yamanaka Inoichi immediately made a connection. Page 96. Only bloodline limits can defeat bloodline limits. Ah! Yamanaka Ino nodded, her eyes darting around, and said playfully, I have a surprise for you. What is it? Yamanaka Inoichi immediately became interested. I want you to teach me the art of mind transformation. Yamanaka Ino said with a smile. What kind of surprise is this? Yamanaka Inoichi paused, then asked in confusion. Teach me now. Yamanaka Ino said this and ran outside. What's wrong with this kid? He's so secretive. Yamanaka Inoichi shook his head, but still followed her wishes and taught her the mind transfer technique. Not long after, he did feel a pleasant surprise. Because Yamanaka Ino's learning speed far exceeded his expectations. Simply put, her foundation is very solid. It was Kitazawa-sensei's special training. He's really amazing. Yamanaka Ino said with admiration. What happened? His daughter doesn't idolize him, she idolizes a stranger. Upon hearing this, Yamanaka Inoichi felt a pang of sadness for no apparent reason. A new day, Saturday. After washing up, Kitazawa went to Kurane's house. Tsunade, Shizuan, and Yakumo Kurama have all arrived. Kitazawa, cook for me. Kurane greeted them and then went to the kitchen. What do you want for breakfast this morning? Kitazawa followed behind her and asked. Rice, grilled fish, miso soup, vegetable salad, and natto. As she spoke, Kurane picked up the white apron that was on the chair. I'll tie it for you. Kitazawa walked up behind her. He reached out and tied a knot on her slender waist with the apron strap. Thank you. Kurane Yui said casually. Even an apron looks good on you. Kitazawa's gaze swept over her smooth back and purred buttocks. All right, stop being silly. Lady Tsunade and the others are still waiting. Kurane Yui said with a slight upturn of her lips. Clearly, Kitazawa's words had an effect, making her feel much better. The two of them spent quite a bit of time preparing a breakfast that could barely be described as substantial. Just as they finished their meal and were about to discuss new ninjutsu techniques, there was a knock on the door. "I'll open the door." Kitazawa got up and went to the door. He opened the door, a look of surprise on his face. Because the person knocking on the door was Nara Shikamaru's father, Nara Shikaku. "Shikaku-sama." Kitazawa paused for a moment before taking the initiative to greet him. "No need to be so polite. I'm only a few years older than you. You can just call me senior." Nara Shikaku said in a friendly manner. "Okay." Kitazawa readily agreed. But he sensed something was amiss. Nara Shikaku is the head of the Nara clan, the leader of the Konoha Jonin team, and occasionally serves as an advisor to the Hokage. Whether in terms of strength or status, they are all above him. Why would Nara Shikaku suddenly come over and try to get closer to me? Is it because of Nara Shikamaru? "Won't you invite me in for a seat?" Nara Shikaku chuckled and asked. "Senior Shikaku, please don't be surprised." Kitazawa extended his hand and said, "Please. What's there to be surprised about?" "Lady Tsunade." Nara Shikaku's smile froze. "It's Shikaku." Tsunade glanced at him and said, "Long time no see." Nara Shikaku subconsciously looked at Kitazawa. "What's going on? Are you keeping a mistress?" Because the psychological medical ninja system was not yet fully established, Hiruzen Sarutobi did not disclose it. This also led to Nara Shikaku being extremely shocked by the current situation. He initially thought Kitazawa was just an ordinary ninja academy teacher, but it turned out that he not only gained the Hokage's trust but also became involved with Tsunade. Although he was the smartest ninja in Konoha, at this moment he was left with nothing but a puzzle. "It's a long story." Kitazawa thought for a moment and said, "It's the Hokage's arrangement, I can't reveal it, you can go ask him directly." "Then let's not talk about that." Nara Shikaku was clever, he skipped the topic and said, "I'm looking for you because I want you to be Shikamaru's tutor." Kitazawa was slightly taken aback. "Become a private tutor?" Just then, 4 lines of text appeared before his eyes. "When a classmate's parents came to my door seeking help, as the class monitor, I should lend a hand. Current task, help Nara Shikamaru establish the foundation for learning the clan's secret techniques. Quest reward, shadow imitation technique. Whether to accept? Is there an unexpected surprise?" Kitazawa never expected that he would actually be rewarded with the Nara clan's secret technique. It is worth mentioning that the shadow imitation technique is a yin-release ninjutsu. Does that mean his multiplying technique also has a chance? As for this task, it's neither particularly difficult nor easy. The difficulty lies in the so-called foundation, which is nothing more than chakra control. The difficulty lies in Nara Shikamaru's personality, which is very carefree. If you're not careful, it might take several times longer than laying the foundation for Yamanaka Ino. Your teaching skills are so impressive that even the Hokage admires them. Nara Shikaku explained, "That's why I wanted to ask you to help cure Shikamaru's laziness." "I can try." Kitazawa accepted the mission and said. Anyway, the training content was the same as that of Yamanaka Ino, so it wasn't difficult for him. "Thank you." Nara Shikaku immediately took out a bank book and said, "This is your salary for 1 month." Kitazawa opened it and glanced at it, it totaled 500,000 taels. No wonder they're the Nara clan who sell medicinal herbs, they're incredibly wealthy. Keep in mind that an A-level mission only costs 500,000 taels of silver, and sometimes even less. Above that are the S-level missions, where the odds of survival are extremely low. "Lady Tsunade, I won't disturb you any longer. I'll be leaving now." Having achieved his goal, the Nara deer did not linger any longer. He knew very well that there were some secrets he shouldn't ask about, especially those involving Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha. "It feels like you've become the most famous teacher in Konoha." Kurane listened to the entire conversation between the two and couldn't help but smile as she spoke. "They're all empty titles, not worth mentioning." Kitazawa smiled and said, let's start researching new ninjutsu. Do you even have the mindset to research new ninjutsu? Tsunade raised an eyebrow and reminded her, don't forget you only have 3 days. What do you mean, 3 days? Kurane blinked, puzzled. Is such that? Kitazawa briefly told her about the bet he made with Tsunade. You. After listening, Kurane Yui hesitated, as if she wanted to say something but then stopped. She felt that Kitazawa had acted too recklessly this time. Although he learned the Raise Nan very quickly, 3 days was still too short. This is practically 1,000,000 taels of silver given to Tsunade for free. It's okay, no delay. Page 97. Kitazawa shook his head and said. If you're going to establish a genius persona, then go all the way. Theoretically speaking, having the mastery of chakra control and chakra form transformations provided by the system doesn't count as establishing a persona. You are really confident? Tsunade was surprised, but she thought it was a good thing. After all, her chances of winning have increased. Shizuan looked at Kitazawa, sensing his confusion. That's the Raise Nan, is it really that easy to learn? Is it possible that Lady Tsunade is going to win this gamble? The scene was so beautiful that Jingyan couldn't believe it. 2 days passed quickly, and a new week has begun. Unfortunately, it was still just 1 step short. Kurane Yui grasped the ball. She has completed the first stage of Raise Nan training and entered the second stage. After the difficulty level increased significantly, she spent 2 days trying to break the ball without success. It's only a matter of time before you learn the Raise Nan, no need to rush. Kitazawa said reassuringly. How about you? Kurane looked at him and asked, your bet with Lady Tsunade only has 1 day left. Have you learned your Raise Nan yet? Kitazawa thought for a moment and then extended his hand. Before Kurane Yui's astonished eyes, a spinning chakra sphere rapidly took shape. You learned the Raise Nan in just 2 days? Kurane felt somewhat dazed. Chapter 87 The Secret Techniques of the Inoshikacho Trio. How about it? Kitazawa, seeing Kurane's dazed expression, dispelled the Raise Nan, reached out, and pinched her soft cheek. When did you learn that? Kurane Yui snapped out of her daze and couldn't help but ask. Yesterday. Kitazawa thought for a moment and then said. Actually, he wasn't lying, he really did learn the Raise Nan in just 2 days. It's really frustrating to be overtaken so easily. Kurane Yui was silent for a few seconds, glared at him, and said. Kitazawa's gaze fell on her soft lips. In the morning light, it looked quite pink and rosy. Kitazawa lowered his head and moved closer to her. Kurane looked at his handsome face and realized what was going on. She didn't flinch, a hint of dazedness appearing in her eyes. Kitazawa kissed her, and his hands naturally wrapped around her waist. But as soon as his hand touched her plump, fleshy buttocks, he was pushed away. You are dishonest. A blush appeared on Yui Kurane's face. It's almost time, I'm going to work at the school. Kitazawa coughed lightly and said seriously. I will continue to practice the Raise Nan. Kurane stepped on his foot and said, don't bother seeing me out. Kitazawa glanced at her fair and delicate feet and thought to himself that he would get his revenge someday. He turned around, went to the entrance, changed his shoes, and left Kurane's house. Konoha Ninja School. Kitazawa opened his office and saw Hinata Hyuga. She was sitting obediently on the sofa. Because of her strict family upbringing, she has a very dignified sitting posture, with her legs together and her hands on her lap. However, due to her height, her 2 snow-white little feet were dangling in the air. Teacher Kitazawa. Hinata Hyuga noticed Kitazawa, quickly jumped off the sofa, and ran to him. Good morning, Hinata. Kitazawa patted her head and asked, you seem to be in a good mood today. Did something happen? My father was very happy yesterday. He praised me and even taught me the soft fist, Bagwa 64 palms. Hinata Hyuga gave a slightly shy smile. Kitazawa had a sudden idea. Could he take advantage of teaching Hinata Hyuga to redeem himself from the gentle fist, 8 trigrams 64 palms? Theoretically it's possible, but in practice it's very problematic. Unless Kitazawa possesses absolute strength and fame. Otherwise, he might be assassinated by some unknown Byakugan ninja someday. After all, the crime of secretly learning ninjutsu is quite serious. But no matter what, it's an excuse, and we might be able to use it in the future. Congratulations, Hinata. Kitazawa smiled and said, you are now a top-notch genius. I'm not. Hinata Hyuga quickly shook her head and said, it's all thanks to Kitazawa-sensei's guidance. If you don't have talent, my guidance is useless. Kitazawa flicked her forehead and said, Hinata, you need to be confident. Hinata Hyuga looked at his smile and felt deeply moved. Apart from Kitazawa, no one else encouraged him like that. Both the Hyuga and Uchiha clans practiced hawkish education, which was extremely strict. In fact, educating children requires a two-pronged approach. What do you think of Niji's challenge? After sitting down, Kitazawa opened the spirit storage scroll and took out the breakfast he had bought that day. I am no match for Niji. Hinata Hyuga lowered her head and said softly. You've just opened your eyes, so naturally you're not as good as him. Kitazawa comforted him, saying, you don't need to feel discouraged because of this. As he spoke, he handed her a rice ball. Ah! Hinata Hyuga took a bite of her rice ball and asked, but can I really catch up with him? Under normal circumstances, it's very difficult. Kitazawa said confidently, but you have one advantage over him, which is that you have me as your teacher. Thank you, Kitazawa-sensei. Hinata Hyuga looked at him and felt a surge of confidence. But she never considered one question, how could a foreign ninja teach her gentle fist? Teacher Kitazawa, I'm here. Just then, a lively voice rang out. Hey? Why did you start eating without waiting for me? Yamanaka Ino walked in, carrying 2 bento boxes. Without any hesitation, she sat down next to Hinata Hyuga and opened the bento box. Because of Hinata Hyuga's huge appetite, she never worries about not being able to finish the bento she brings. I thought you'd be having breakfast at home today. Kitazawa glanced at the bento she had made, it was small and exquisite, clearly the work of a girl. I was originally planning to eat at home, but I wanted to share the good news with you all sooner. A bright smile spread across Yamanaka Ino's little face. I've learned the mind transfer technique. Learned it? Kitazawa looked at her with some surprise. I guess I've learned it. Yamanaka Ino, under his gaze, revealed her true form, blinked and gave a mischievous smile. Seeing this, Kitazawa roughly understood what was going on. Barely managing to use ninjutsu, learning ninjutsu and mastering ninjutsu are 3 different states. It's roughly equivalent to beginner, intermediate and advanced levels. At your age, being able to learn the art of mind transference already makes you a genius among geniuses. Kitazawa praised with a smile. Well, he's not that much of a genius. She, who hadn't felt shy just moments before, now felt a little embarrassed. After all, she was able to learn the new turning technique because of Kitazawa. Keep working hard and master the art of turning your mind around as soon as possible. Kitazawa patted her head and said. Okay. Yamanaka Ino smiled at him and said, I will need Kitazawa-sensei's guidance. Current mission, help Yamanaka Ino master the mind transfer technique. Quest reward, mind transfer technique. Whether to accept? Page 98. Kitazawa raised an eyebrow at the sudden appearance of the mission. Is this to teach him the secret techniques of the pig, deer, and butterfly races? Upon closer examination, it makes sense. His system is called the strongest Naruto training system. Since he is the strongest Hokage, he naturally needs to learn all the ninjutsu. Moreover, the secret techniques of these 3 races are all quite effective. Shadow mimicry is a technique that uses the connection of shadows to control the actions of another person. The mind transfer technique involves using mental energy to enter the other person's body and gain control over it. After the first lesson, we went to training. Kitazawa smiled and said. After the three finished breakfast, they went to the classroom of Class A, Grade 1. As soon as Kitazawa entered, he saw Sakura Harano standing in front of Sasuke Uchiha, chattering incessantly. Although Sasuke Uchiha had a cold expression, Kitazawa probably felt extremely agitated at that moment. In contrast, Naruto Uzumaki was very happy. He was pulling Kaiba Inyazuka and Koji Akimichi along, telling them the story of how he caught a fish weighing over 10 kilograms over the weekend. Kitazawa vaguely remembered that in the original work, Naruto Uzumaki would catch fish in the wild, and even Hiruzen Sarutobi had freeloaded a meal there. Teacher Kitazawa. The classroom erupted in noise the next second. All the students greeted Kitazawa warmly, their eyes filled with admiration. There's a saying that goes, people can't teach people, but experience can teach people in one go. Overcoming a one-year gap enabled them to defeat Class 2A, and Kitazawa's status in their hearts skyrocketed. You all worked hard and performed very well in Friday's friendly match. Kitazawa stood on the podium, took out a spirit storage scroll, and said with a smile, I've prepared snacks for you, one bag for each of you. Teacher Kitazawa is so kind. Thank you, Kitazawa-sensei. The students cheered, their admiration for Kitazawa growing even stronger. Come up and collect yours in order. Kitazawa said with a smile. 10 minutes later, everyone received a bag of snacks. All right, you can eat your snacks after class. Let's start class now. Kitazawa picked up the chalk and said. Perhaps because everyone received snacks, all the students were very attentive in this class, except for Nara Shikamaru. As always, he was nonchalant, sitting in his chair in a state between sleep and wakefulness. His eyes were open, but you could tell they were lifeless. Get out of class is over. Kitazawa heard the bell, paused for a moment, and said, Shikamaru, come to my office. What? Nara Shikamaru suddenly snapped back to reality. You're doomed. Mr. Kitazawa caught you slacking off in class. Kaiba Inyazuka said with a hint of schadenfreude. Teacher Kitazawa is not that kind of person. Yamanaka Ino shook her head and guessed, he probably wants to talk to you about something. Good luck. Koji Akimichi patted him on the shoulder and said. Oh, that's really troublesome. Nara Shikamaru sighed, got up, and walked towards Kitazawa's office. He walked right in without closing the office door. Teacher Kitazawa. Nara Shikamaru immediately replied, I have already mastered the knowledge in the textbook, so I am not considered to be daydreaming in class. In that case, how about the teacher teaches you some new knowledge? Kitazawa knew he had misunderstood, but decided to play along. Teacher Kitazawa, you're so busy, you don't need to waste your time on me. Nara Shikamaru instinctively sensed something was wrong and refused to speak. Your parents asked me to be your tutor. Kitazawa added his mother. Because he knew Nara Shikamaru, who was afraid of nothing except his mother. What? Nara Shikamaru was dumbfounded. Ah, what? Kitazawa stood up and said, let's go, come with me to the training ground. Nara Shikamaru opened his mouth, feeling as if the lazy dog's sky had fallen and his good days were over. People were already waiting at the Ninja Academy's training grounds. Besides Yamanaka Ino and Hyuga Hinata, there are also Uchiha Sasuke and Harano Sakura. Kurama Yakumo is currently busy with her bloodline limit and creating new ninjutsu, so she rarely comes to school anymore. As for Naruto Uzumaki, he needs to attend classes to maintain his theoretical grades. Sakura. Kitazawa took out a scroll and said, there are some basic medical ninja books in here. Memorize them first. Thank you, Kitazawa-sensei. Sakura Harano opened the scroll with a smile on her face, then froze completely. A mountain of books appeared before her. So much? Yamanaka Ino was startled. She glanced around and found that none of them were medical ninjutsu, just books on general medical matters. Chapter 88 The First Gate of the Eight Gates Formation. As a medical ninja, one must possess a vast knowledge base. Kitazawa said with a smile. Although medical ninjutsu is quick and convenient, medical ninjas still need to understand the corresponding human anatomy to use it effectively. Furthermore, medical ninjas are also involved in poisoning and detoxification, which requires them to have knowledge of all the medicinal herbs in the ninja world. Sakura Haruno suddenly felt a sense of regret. Why do medical ninjas need to learn so much? How could a medical ninja be such an inconvenient thing? You want to learn medical ninjutsu? Sasuke Uchiha glanced at Kitazawa, then at Sakura Haruno, and looked surprised. Having come from a ninja clan, he was well aware of the difficulty of medical ninjutsu. Leaving aside Sakura Haruno, how did Kitazawa teach medical ninjutsu? Was he a medical ninja? Yes. Sakura Haruno immediately abandoned her thoughts of giving up and said excitedly, "From now on, Sasuke-kun, if you get injured, come to me for treatment, it'll be free." Uchiha Sasuke remained silent for a moment. "Although your intentions are good, your agitation is so intense, it's as if you're cursing me to get hurt." "Sakura, are you sure you want to learn?" Kitazawa smiled and asked. "I have to learn," Sakura Haruno said with a determined look. Upon seeing this, Yamanaka Ino couldn't help but face palm. This was the first time she had ever seen someone learn medical ninjutsu for such a superficial purpose. Women are truly terrifying. Nara Shikamaru muttered to himself. If you make him read that many books, he'll faint. Then come on. Kitazawa then took out a spirit storage scroll. But this time, they brought out a set of tables and chairs specially prepared for Sakura Haruno. Kitazawa knew she was love-struck, so he simply had her study next to Uchiha Sasuke. In this way, it can also serve as a motivational tool. "Ino, you don't have much training today, just practicing the mind transfer technique." Kitazawa thought for a moment and then said. Although the system had issued the task, he knew nothing about the mind transfer technique, so he decided to wait and see how things went. "Okay." Yamanaka Ino nodded and agreed. "You've mastered the art of mind transference." Nara Shikamaru looked surprised upon hearing this. The three races of pig, deer, and butterfly have always been of one mind and are very familiar with each other's secret techniques. However, in terms of difficulty, the standards for cultivating the secret arts of the three races are roughly the same. Neither he nor Koji Akimichi had yet reached the standard required to master the secret technique. To Nara Shikamaru's surprise, it was Yamanaka Ino who met the standard first. This is all thanks to Kitazawa-sensei's special training. Yamanaka Ino smiled slightly and said, "Now that you've joined the special training, you'll definitely be able to learn the shadow imitation technique very soon." Page 99. "I don't want it!" Nara Shikamaru shouted in his heart. He knew a thing or two about Yamanaka Ino's special training before, which was really tough and time-consuming. During that period of special training, Yamanaka Ino basically didn't attend any classes. The thought of endless special training made Nara Shikamaru feel that the future was bleak. "Sasuke, how well have you mastered the shuriken technique?" Kitazawa looked at Uchiha Sasuke and asked. "It has been mastered," Uchiha Sasuke said with great confidence. He had originally planned to demonstrate his shuriken-wielding skills during his sparring session with Hyuga Niji, but unexpectedly, he didn't get to use them. "I know you're upset about not playing in Friday's friendly match. To make it up to you, I'll teach you a B-rank fire release ninjutsu today." Kitazawa paused for a moment and said, "It's one of the fire release ninjutsu you gave me, fire release, great dragon fire technique." "Thank you, Kitazawa-sensei." Upon hearing this, Sasuke Uchiha raised his voice considerably. Damn me! He did harbor some resentment, but he didn't expect Kitazawa to repay evil with kindness, which made him feel ashamed. When I get back, I must ask my brother if there are any other fire-style ninjutsu I can give him. B-rank. Nara Shikamaru couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Generally, only Chunin and Jonin can master B-rank ninjutsu. It's outrageous that Uchiha Sasuke started learning at the age of 6. You geniuses are truly deadly when you get going. With such great talent, why do you still need to work hard? It's okay if you don't play on Friday. There will be a real practical test in the final exam next month. Kitazawa cautioned, getting first place won't be that easy. Uchiha Sasuke's gaze sharpened. Previously, he would have been 100% certain. But now, Hinata Hyuga has awakened her Byakugan, Naruto Uzumaki has mastered the Shadow Clone technique, and Yakumo Kurama has mastered the Genjutsu Kekii Genkai. He found all 3 students to be quite challenging. Will Yakumo participate? Yamanaka Ino asked curiously. If she participates, she will definitely be number 1 in the practical exam. Uchiha Sasuke opened his mouth, wanting to refute, but didn't know what to say. She probably won't participate. Kitazawa thought for a moment and said, her body can't withstand so many battles. In a real-world exam, to determine the first place, there will definitely be more than one match. Uchiha Sasuke breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. But just because she didn't participate this semester doesn't mean she won't next semester. Kitazawa changed the subject, saying, she's currently receiving treatment from Lady Tsunade. Sasuke Uchiha's expression immediately turned serious, and his heart leaped into his throat. Kitazawa smiled as he watched the change in his expression. 3 sentences that sent chills down the spines of the Uchiha men. I will work hard. Uchiha Sasuke took a deep breath and said. The key to becoming number 1 lies in fire release, Great Dragon Fire technique. He would be happy if he could open his eyes, but he had no idea how to do so. I'll ask my brother when I get home tonight. Sasuke Uchiha thought to himself, he's such a genius, he must know. Kitazawa was about to speak when he suddenly froze. The first semester is coming to an end. As a genius among geniuses, you must give them a truly amazing experience. Current task, achieve first place in the final exam with an absolute advantage. Mission reward, the first gate of the 8 inner gates. Whether to accept? Kitazawa's lips twitched. What is the Pinduoduo system? But thinking about it carefully, even if he were given all 8 gates, he wouldn't be able to use them. The 8 gates formation is a rare type of martial art that requires physical strength. If one's physical strength is insufficient, forcibly activating the 8 gates will result in either death or serious injury. Kitazawa estimated that once he obtained the full bloodline of the Senju clan, he might be able to give it a try. Right now, even 1 is good. Kitazawa remembered that the effect of the first gate of the 8 gates, the gate of life, was to unleash the limitations of the mind and allow the body to perform at 100% capacity. Don't underestimate the power of 100% physical exertion, it can play a huge role in combat, essentially making you feel like you are always at full strength. The only problem is the task itself. If it were a previous monthly exam, it would have been easy. But the final exam was replaced with a real-world sparring match, in other words, he had to find students to fight. It seems I need to find a suitable reason. Otherwise, it would be seen as bullying the weak, and if word got out, his reputation would be completely ruined. Fortunately, he was a teacher. Sasuke, let me demonstrate for you. Kitazawa glanced around and said, you all step back a bit, so you don't get burned. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Sasuke, Hyuga Hinata, and the others quickly took a few steps back. Fire release, Dragon Fire technique. Kitazawa formed hand seals, rapidly gathering chakra. In a certain instant, it all burst forth. The air distorted, and unbearable high temperatures erupted forth. 3 giant dragons made of flames soared into the sky, controlled by Kitazawa. What a huge dragon! Yamanaka Ino blurted it out. So strong. Uchiha Sasuke muttered to himself. Nara Shikamaru was deeply shocked. That level of skill looks truly frightening. What is Kitazawa-sensei's actual skill level? In Nara Shikamaru's mind, he should have been an ordinary ninja academy teacher. Only Hinata Hyuga thought it was perfectly normal. After all that has happened, Kitazawa is now seen as omnipotent in her eyes. For you. Kitazawa took out a ninjutsu scroll containing the fire release, Great Dragon Fire technique and said, "There are many of my insights on it. Take a look." "Thank you, Kitazawa-sensei." Sasuke Uchiha's words couldn't help but reveal his excitement. Because the power of fire release, Great Dragon Fire technique seems to far exceed that of fire release, Great Fireball technique. As expected of a B-rank fire release ninjutsu. If he learns it, the entire Uchiha clan will shine for him. Kitazawa looked at him and suddenly realized that fire release, Great Dragon Fire technique was a prerequisite ninjutsu for lightning release, Kirin. Lightning release, Kirin is an S-rank lightning release ninjutsu created by Sasuke Uchiha in the original work, and it is known as the ultimate lightning release technique. But it requires the use of naturally occurring lightning. Sasuke Uchiha then used fire release, Great Dragon Fire technique to create a cloud of rain. My shadow clones will help the three of you. Kitazawa created a shadow clone and said, "Shikamaru and Hinata, come with me." Hinata Hyuga nodded quickly, her face showing anticipation. Nara Shikamaru, on the other hand, had an expression of utter grief. "Shikamaru, your training is very simple, treading water." Kitazawa led them to the school's artificial lake. The reason he skipped the tree climbing training was because Nara Shikamaru's chakra control was quite good. Kitazawa deduced this from the ninjutsu he used, such as the shadow clone technique. Nara Shikamaru may be lazy, but his strength is undeniable. In the original work, every battle he fought was perfect, with no flaws whatsoever. Yes, Kitazawa-sensei. After listening to the explanation, Nara Shikamaru slowly entered the artificial lake. "Hinata, let's go over there." Kitazawa glanced at it, then went with Hinata Hyuga to the shade of a nearby tree. As for Nara Shikamaru, he'll reorganize things later. "Hinata, demonstrate the gentle fist, 8 trigrams 64 palms that you have learned." Kitazawa took a step back and said, "Okay." Hinata Hyuga was a little nervous, but she still followed instructions. Kitazawa watched the whole thing without saying much. He knew Hinata Hyuga's personality, the more shy she was, the harder it was for her to perform. The best way is to praise her more. Because Kitazawa had been instilled with the mastery-level gentle fist, 8 trigrams 64 palms by the system, Hinata Hyuga was nothing but a problem in his eyes. Page 100. That's normal, considering they've only been learning for 2 days. They can just correct them one by one. Whether Hinata Hyuga can defeat Niji Hyuga depends on how hard she works. After all, Kitazawa's setup is already at its maximum. As a member of the branch family, Hyuga Niji was not qualified to learn gentle fist, 8 trigrams 64 palms. Therefore, if he learned it by stealing, it wouldn't be as quick. Chapter 89 Tsunade, I charge by the hour. The artificial lake at the Ninja Academy. Nara Shikamaru walked halfway there and, seeing that Kitazawa was not there, sat down by the lake. He reached out and rubbed his temples. Is there any way to be lazy? Nara Shikamaru suddenly thought of the shadow clone technique. If one can learn the shadow clone technique, one can make a shadow clone suffer in his place. But he quickly thought of another problem. Will his shadow clones be more diligent than him? Making the shadow clones retain their own consciousness was a real mistake. Nara Shikamaru couldn't help but complain. His shadow clones would never train for him, most likely, they would just slack off and enjoy themselves with him. Just then, he suddenly felt the lake water in front of him move. Nara Shikamaru glanced over instinctively. The lake water rose and hit him directly in the face. Nara Shikamaru was caught off guard and fell into the artificial lake. Gurgling. He swallowed 2 mouthfuls of lake water and quickly got up. Who the hell? Kitazawa-sensei, is that you? Nara Shikamaru asked in astonishment. At the same time, I felt a little embarrassed about being caught slacking off. Your chakra control is quite good, so I'm going to increase the difficulty for you a bit. Kitazawa spoke first. The only way to deal with a lazy person is to force them to move. That lake water just now. Nara Shikamaru immediately sensed something was wrong. Good. Kitazawa explained, while you're treading water, I'll launch an attack on you with water. I need to go back and change my clothes first. Nara Shikamaru paused for a moment, then said. No. Kitazawa shook his head, not giving him a chance to slack off, and said, if you don't continue training, I'll tell your parents. What? Nara Shikamaru exclaimed urgently, you're the teacher, how could you do this? It's a teacher's prerogative to ask students' parents to come. Kitazawa said with a smile. What you said makes so much sense that I am speechless. Nara Shikamaru was speechless with emotion. It is indeed a problem that your clothes are wet. Kitazawa changed the subject and said. Nara Shikamaru's eyes lit up. Should we send him back to change his clothes? He's gone now, and if he doesn't say he won't come back, he'll definitely be late. I'll use fire release instead of water release to dry your clothes. Kitazawa suppressed a laugh and asked, what do you think? Thank you. Nara Shikamaru was silent for a few seconds before speaking. Even you've started using it? Kitazawa said with a smile, all right, let's begin. Don't worry, you won't get burned. He now possesses master-level chakra control, coupled with the fully proficient fire release ninjutsu instilled by the system, so there will be absolutely no problems. Teacher Kitazawa, I'm getting married soon, so you'd better be careful. Nara Shikamaru said, his heart pounding with fear. You'll know after you try it. Kitazawa watched as he resumed his water-treading training. He formed a hand seal and spat out a fireball from his hands. Nara Shikamaru shuddered and instinctively ran outside. Stop! Seeing this, Kitazawa quickly stopped him. Nara Shikamaru stopped in his tracks. But after a few seconds, a look of surprise appeared on his face. The fireball was positioned at a perfect distance. Without hurting him, it can still provide some heat and dry his clothes. But 10 minutes later, Nara Shikamaru felt not surprise, but shock. He knew all too well how difficult it was to maintain a ninjutsu. Kitazawa not only maintained it, but he was also extremely stable. The fireball did not change in volume or temperature from beginning to end. This means that his chakra control is terrifying. No. Nara Shikamaru sensed something was amiss. If you have this ability, why be a teacher? Being a teacher is one thing, but why torture me? Nara Shikamaru, with a giant fireball overhead and tears welling in his eyes, began his training, which was literally grueling and arduous. The time came to noon. You did well this morning. Kitazawa dispersed the fireball and said with a smile. Nara Shikamaru plopped down on the ground, panting heavily. As the training progressed, his clothes dried, and then Kitazawa switched to water release. When his clothes got wet again, he switched back to fire release. Nara Shikamaru felt like he had been in a terrifying situation of extremes of heat and cold all morning. You don't need to train this afternoon. Go home and find a medical ninja to check on your health. Kitazawa thought for a moment and then said. He was worried that Nara Shikamaru's body would suffer from alternating hot and cold water. He could have helped him with the checkup, but he needed to keep it a secret for the time being. Even in the previous friendly match against Class 2A, Hinata Hyuga was injured, and other medical ninjas helped treat her. Kitazawa kept it a secret in order to create the illusion for Tsunade that he hadn't learned medical ninjutsu. In this way, he can create a persona of a genius for himself. As for Sakura Haruno, she was simply shown ordinary medical books, which wouldn't reveal anything. Then, does that mean I don't have to go to class this afternoon? Nara Shikamaru suddenly remembered something and quickly asked. Yes, but you need to master the knowledge in the textbook on your own. Kitazawa thought for a moment and then said. Thank you, Kitazawa-sensei. Nara Shikamaru immediately perked up. Sacrificing a morning of training for an afternoon of relaxation is still worthwhile. See you tomorrow. Kitazawa smiled upon seeing this. No matter how smart they are still children. If they are constantly trained, it is easy to arouse their rebellious nature. He can accept training for half a day and resting for half a day like this. Hinata, come back to the office for lunch. Kitazawa turned around and shouted at Hinata Hyuga, who was practicing her punches in the distance. Hinata Hyuga immediately ran up to him. Kitazawa patted her head, then deactivated the shadow clone. As for Uchiha Sasuke, Haruno Sakura, and Yamanaka Ino, they have stopped training and gone to take a lunch break. Training is important, but you shouldn't overdo it, you should rest when you need to. Kitazawa and Hinata Hyuga returned to the office. After lunch, he told Hinata to go back to the classroom to sleep. Just as Kitazawa was about to lie down on the sofa and take a nap, the door was kicked open. This familiar feeling? Kitazawa subconsciously opened his eyes, and what came into view was a pair of feet with red toenails. Of all the women he knew, only Tsunade wore red toenail polish. Tsunade-sama. Kitazawa sat up and asked, what do you need me for? He never imagined that his door would receive the same treatment as the Hokage's office door. Give me money. Tsunade extended her hand and said. What money? Kitazawa raised his head, his gaze passing over the mountains, and looked at her. A bet about the raise nan. Tsunade casually said, there's only half a day left, and I'm sure you won't make it in time. Lend me 500,000 yen for now. She had just come out of the casino and was out of money when she suddenly remembered her bet with Kitazawa, so she ran over. After all, in her opinion, it was impossible to learn the raise nan in 3 days. Even Jiraiya took several days to learn it. Tsunade-sama. Standing behind her, Shizuan couldn't help but remind her, we should be honest and come back tonight. I'm not wrong. Tsunade glared at her, then looked at Kitazawa and asked, what do you think? Not so good. Kitazawa shook his head and said. Why can't you be flexible, kid? Tsunade couldn't help but complain and ask. I've already won, so there's no need for compromise. Kitazawa raised his hand, gathered chakra, and instantly created a raise nan. This is impossible. Tsunade paused for a moment, then suddenly bent down and leaned forward. Kitazawa's eyelids twitched involuntarily. That moment of shaking was visually striking, like a snow-capped mountain collapsing, dazzlingly white. You learned the raise nan in just 2.5 days? Shizuan's mouth dropped open in disbelief. As the signature ninjutsu of the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, is the raise nan really that easy to learn? Or is it the causal law that you always lose when you gamble that's at work? Shine gasped in surprise. Both Tsunade and Kitazawa are terrifyingly powerful. You. Tsunade hesitated, but ultimately had nothing to say. She had seen Minato Namikaze and Jiraiya use the raise nan, and Kitazawa's raise nan was exactly the same, it couldn't be faked. How could this be? Tsunade subconsciously took a half step back, her curvaceous figure trembling slightly. A bet's a bet, Lady Tsunade. Kitazawa withdrew the raise nan with a smile on his face. I know, you don't need to remind me. Tsunade rolled her eyes and said. She couldn't understand why she could lose a bet that seemed like a sure win. Since you want to learn medical ninjutsu from me, you have to pay tuition. Tsunade's eyes darted around, her expression quickly changing as she said with a smile, I charge by the hour. Why does this sound so familiar? Kitazawa thought for a moment, then took out the savings book that Narashikaku had given him and said, "I only have 500,000 taels." In the end, he didn't lose anything, at least he learned a lot of ninjutsu. Moreover, being able to establish a relationship with Tsunade would indirectly enhance one's status in Konoha. If one were to truly become a student, it would be a meteoric rise, transforming them into a ninja of the Hokage lineage. "That's good, you're very sensible." Tsunade took the bank book, patted him on the shoulder with satisfaction, and said. Kitazawa actually paid the tuition, which was a bit unexpected for her. "Shizuan." Tsunade withdrew her hand and called out. "This is for you." Shizuan handed over a scroll and said, "These contain some basic books about medical ninjas. Please read them." Kitazawa's lips twitched. What a turn of events! He had just assigned the same task to Sakura Haruno that morning, and before he knew it, it was noon, and he himself had become the victim. "I'll give you 2 weeks to study. Next month, we'll officially begin learning medical ninjutsu." Tsunade pondered for a moment before speaking. The fact that Kitazawa was able to learn the Raise Nan in 2.5 days proves that he has strong chakra control. From this point of view alone, he already qualifies as a medical ninja. "Okay." Kitazawa nodded slightly and said, "I'll come find you after school." You've caught Tsunade's attention. Please keep up the good work. Current mission, gain Tsunade's initial approval. Mission reward, Chakra Scalpel. Whether to accept? Kitazawa's eyes lit up. Chakra Scalpel is a medical ninjutsu of A-rank difficulty, and one of the essential medical ninjutsu for medical jonin. Its function is simple, to form a scalpel from chakra, which can be used to save lives or to kill. I just don't know what level of preliminary approval is mentioned in this task description. But no matter what, I definitely have to accept the mission. I'm leaving now. See you next time. Once Tsunade received the money, she felt an urge to gamble. Come on. As Shizuan walked to the door, she suddenly turned around, clenched her fist, and said. She prefers Kitazawa to become Tsunade's student. In this way, Tsunade could stay in the village longer, and she wouldn't need to wander around and hide from debt collectors. Kitazawa lay down and took a nap. In the afternoon, Hinata Hyuga, Ino Yamanaka, Sakura Haruno, and Sasuke Uchiha continued their special training. Time passed slowly, and the last class, the practical class, arrived. You'll come to class with me. Kitazawa stopped their training and said, I'm going to teach you a new physical technique today. It won't hurt if you learn it too. Okay, Kitazawa-sensei. The 4 of them followed him to the playground. The students in Class A of Grade 1 had already lined up and quickly joined the queue. Before class begins, I have something to announce. Kitazawa announced loudly, the final exams for the first semester will officially take the form of practical sparring. Great! Naruto Uzumaki got excited as soon as he heard that. In previous combat, including physical fitness tests, clone techniques, and ninja tool throwing, he could only get first place in physical fitness tests. The other 2 projects are not even in the top 3, at best, they can only make it into the top 10. But now that only one real competition remains, he is very confident of winning, at least to get into the top 3. Sasuke. Naruto Uzumaki gave a thumbs up, his teeth gleaming, and said, let's have a youthful showdown then. Uchiha Sasuke's mouth twitched. He couldn't understand what magic the word youth held. How can a perfectly normal person become so strange? But Naruto Uzumaki is right about one thing, the first place will definitely come from among them. At most, we can add Hinata Hyuga after she awakens her Sharingan. Ugh! Kaiba Inuzuka suddenly sighed. What's wrong? Tooth. Shino Aberame looked at him and asked. I'm so envious of Naruto's arrogance. Kaiba Inuzuka remarked with emotion. Normally, he would have already confronted them. But after the friendly match against Class 2A, he realized the gap between himself and Naruto Uzumaki. He no longer has the confidence to confront him head-on. Shinoabara may remain silent. So you're sighing like this because you can't show off? That's very ambitious. Where's Shikamaru? Koji Akimichi looked around and asked, have you seen Shikamaru? He was given a special leave by Mr. Kitazawa. Yamanaka Ino explained. Is there such a thing? Koji Akimichi paused for a moment, then felt a pang of envy. Okay, let's start the class now. Kitazawa clapped his hands and said, to help you better prepare for the practical exam, I've decided to teach you Konoha fluid technique. Leaf fluid technique. Yamanaka Ino was somewhat surprised and said, I don't remember that the school taught this. Indeed. Shinoabara adjusted her glasses and said, Kitazawa-sensei is just too kind. Page 102. Chapter 90 Uchiha's Repayment. Konoha fluid technique is a complete set of taijutsu, including both fist and leg techniques, but it is very basic. Similar in name is the Konoha-ryu swordsmanship used by Hayate Gecko, whom Kitazawa encountered before. However, the Konoha-ryu swordsmanship is more difficult and more powerful. Besides, Konoha fluid techniques lacks any well-known secret techniques, such as the crescent moon dance, which is of A-rank difficulty. Even so, for many ordinary ninjas, Konoha fluid techniques was the only systematic body-body technique they could access. Kitazawa divided the practical course into two parts. The first part was explanation, and the second part was hands-on practice. In the practical part, everyone's physical talent becomes very clear. Sasuke Uchiha, Hinata Hyuga, and Naruto Uzumaki learned relatively quickly. Next are Yamanaka Ino, Haruno Sakura, and Akimichi Koji, who are a bit slower, but still very fast. The remaining commoner students would find it difficult to learn the Leaf Village fluid technique in less than a year or two. This is something that a good teacher can't change. Kitazawa looked at Naruto Uzumaki and remembered his mission, to have him defeat Sasuke Uchiha. The reward is also good, it's 1/10 of a card's chakra limit. This task is quite difficult, so it has been delayed until now. But after witnessing the battle between Naruto Uzumaki and Rock Lee, Kitazawa saw hope in completing the mission. If Naruto Uzumaki uses a righteous gang fight, he has a chance to defeat Sasuke Uchiha. Of course, it's only a hope, not a sure thing. This is Kitazawa's fault. He continuously trained Sasuke Uchiha, which greatly increased Sasuke's strength. Naruto's gang-up tactics are insane, but he's still flesh and blood after all. If used properly, Uchiha Sasuke could have won by using fire release techniques to kite the enemy. Kitazawa thought of the multiple shadow clone technique. If Naruto Uzumaki knew how to do it, his chances of winning would be much greater. However, the multiple shadow clone technique is a forbidden technique engraved on a sealed scroll, which can only be viewed with the Hokage's permission. It's a pity that Shoimu couldn't extract more value from him. Kitazawa sighed. It's unlikely that this situation will repeat itself now, as in the original work where Mizuki tricked Naruto into stealing the scroll of seals. After a moment's thought, Kitazawa decided to give Naruto Uzumaki special training. Simply put, it's about finding a fire-style ninja to fight him, so he can get used to it beforehand. As for who to look for, of course it's Kitazawa's shadow clone. Although I feel a little sorry for Sasuke Uchiha, I have no choice but to let him sacrifice himself for the sake of the mission. Besides, Kitazawa taught him so much, it's time to repay his kindness. It's just a regular final exam anyway. If Sasuke Uchiha triggers a similar mission next time, Kitazawa will definitely help him. Their main principle is to be flexible with their bottom line, they will help whoever is beneficial to them. Today's practical lesson is over. You can practice more when you have time at home. Kitazawa spoke up after hearing the bell ring for the end of get out of class. Yes, Kitazawa-sensei. The students in Class A of Grade 1 immediately scattered like birds and beasts. Just as Kitazawa was about to leave, he heard someone calling his name. He turned around and was somewhat surprised to see the vice principal, Hisao Sarutobi. Did they actually come all this way just to find him? Normally, if something happens, Hisao Sarutobi would designate a specific teacher to notify the other party. Principal, what can I do for you? Kitazawa stepped forward and took the initiative to ask. The monthly exams in June are just around the corner. Hisao Sarutobi replied, the school has scheduled a short meeting in the conference room at 8:30 tomorrow morning. Okay. Kitazawa nodded, then asked curiously, why are you personally informing me today? Because it's not just this one thing. Hisao Sarutobi said with a smile, there's one more thing. You'll be chairing the meeting tomorrow. Kitazawa asked with a look of surprise. In the past, the monthly exam meetings were always supported by Hisao Sarutobi. Have you forgotten who you are now? Hisao Sarutobi patted him on the shoulder and said, this position was vacant before, so I took over in my place. Kitazawa was slightly taken aback, then suddenly realized what was going on. Hisao Sarutobi refers to his role as the head of the Academic Affairs Office. It is indeed appropriate for him to preside over the monthly exam meeting. It just so happens that this appointment hasn't been announced yet, we can announce it together tomorrow. Sarutobi Hisao smiled and said, congratulations, Kitazawa, you are the youngest head of the Academic Affairs Office in the school. Thank you, Principal. Kitazawa said modestly, this is my first time chairing a monthly exam meeting, and I hope you will give me more guidance tomorrow. Easy to say. Hisao Sarutobi was very approachable. The reason is that Kitazawa was promoted too quickly. There are usually two reasons for this, either you are very capable, or you have connections in higher positions. But Kitazawa possesses both qualities, which destined him for a bright future. Having gone through so many years of hard work and experience, Hisao Sarutobi naturally knew what to do. I will definitely be there on time tomorrow. Kitazawa assured him. Okay, see you tomorrow. Hisao Sarutobi turned and left. Kitazawa withdrew his gaze and went to Kurane's house. Lady Tsunade hasn't arrived yet. Kurane opened the door and let him in, saying with a smile, I'm really looking forward to seeing her expression when she sees you use the raise nan. Then your expectations will be dashed, because she already contacted me at noon. Kitazawa sat on the sofa and opened the scroll given to him by Silent. Are you really planning to learn medical ninjutsu? Kurane glanced at it and asked in surprise. Ah. Kitazawa nodded and said, I want to give it a try. Then I support you. A bright smile appeared on Kurane's face. She didn't actually think highly of Kitazawa learning medical ninjutsu. Besides the high difficulty of medical ninjutsu, the other reason is that he is relatively old and has missed his prime. But Kitazawa gave her a big surprise during this time, and since he was her boyfriend, she decided to trust him for now. How do you plan to provide support? Kitazawa blinked and asked meaningfully. You really don't miss any opportunity to take advantage of others. Kurane understood his implication, glared at him, and said. How can this be called taking advantage? Kitazawa asked seriously. Is this okay? She glared at him, walked up to him, bent down, and kissed him on the forehead. Kitazawa seized the opportunity to reach out and hug her waist, burying his head in her arms. Unfortunately, the position was wrong, his face could only be pressed against Kurane's abdomen. Kurane felt a surge of heat through her clothes. Her body stiffened for a moment, then relaxed. Are you a child? Kurane gently stroked his head and said, I only gave you 1 minute, and you touched me again. Her face flushed slightly, and she quickly grabbed Kitazawa's wrist. Because Kitazawa was sitting on the sofa while she was standing, it was easier than ever to touch her thigh. Lady Tsunade and the others will be back at any time. Kurane took 2 steps back to create some distance and said. How's your raise nan training going? Kitazawa asked with a smile. He could almost still feel the plumpness and fleshiness of Yuri's red thighs. It went pretty well. Kurane straightened her clothes and said, "Yes, come to me if you have any questions." Kitazawa stood up and said, "I'm going to my room to read." The framework for the new ninjutsu has already been established, and he no longer needs to participate. Kitazawa returned to his room and spread out all the books. Some of the books overlapped with the ones he had given to Sakura Harano, which he had already read and then selected. "I haven't read the remaining books, so I have to finish them all within 2 weeks. Fortunately, he has the ability to create shadow clones." Kitazawa created 2 shadow clones, and the 3 of them read a book together. Page 103. The Uchiha clan's stronghold. After waiting for an hour, Sasuke Uchiha finally saw Itachi Uchiha return home. He rushed to the door and shouted happily, "Brother!" Sasuke. Looking at the smile on his face, Itachi Uchiha felt all his fatigue disappear. As a double agent, he was caught in the middle between the Uchiha clan and Konoha village, which was not an easy situation for him. The only saving grace was that after Tsunade returned, the pressure from the Uchiha clan was greatly reduced. "Brother, what other ninjutsu can we give to Kitazawa-sensei?" Uchiha Sasuke asked the question directly. "Did he teach you a new ninjutsu?" Uchiha Itachi paused slightly, then asked with a smile. "Yes." Sasuke Uchiha replied, "He taught me fire release, Great Dragon Fire technique today." "How could it be this ninjutsu?" Itachi Uchiha was somewhat surprised and asked, "Could it be that he has already learned all 4 fire release ninjutsu that you gave him before?" "What's wrong with this?" Uchiha Sasuke asked, puzzled. "To have learned these 4 fire-style ninjutsu in such a short time, you, Kitazawa-sensei, are no ordinary person." Uchiha Itachi narrowed his eyes slightly and said, "Teacher Kitazawa is indeed very capable." Sasuke Uchiha gestured and said, "The 3 fire dragons he blew up today were especially big. I can teach you when I have time." Seeing this, Itachi Uchiha laughed and said, "Then we'll see whose fire dragon is bigger." "Great!" Sasuke Uchiha was very excited and agreed. "As a return gift, give him 2 more fire release ninjutsu." Uchiha Itachi pondered for a moment and then spoke. The proud Uchiha clan didn't care if other ninjas learned their fire release techniques. The reason is that they rely on the Sharingan, not fire-style ninjutsu, for survival. As long as the Sharingan is present, there is an insurmountable power gap between the Uchiha and other ninjas. "Brother, I have another question." Sasuke Uchiha asked expectantly, "How do I awaken the Sharingan?" Uchiha Itachi immediately fell silent. He awakened his Sharingan because he encountered a mysterious masked man who killed his teammate right in front of him. After witnessing Uchiha Shisui's suicide, he awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. In fact, most Uchiha clan ninjas awakened their Sharingan in this way, and either their relatives or close friends died. Uchiha Itachi hesitated to speak. What could he say? "You wait here while I go and kill your closest person." "I killed myself?" "Practice regularly, and you will naturally open your eyes once you have accumulated enough experience." Itachi Uchiha patted his head and said. Chapter 91 Kitazawa gets a promotion and a raise. A new day, Tuesday. After checking on Kurane Yui's progress with the raise Nan, Kitazawa arrived at the Ninja Academy. "Senior Kitazawa." Irika Umino spotted him and quickly came to greet him. "Kitazawa." Shui Mu suppressed his emotions and greeted her with a normal expression. "Good morning." Kitazawa nodded and asked, "Are you going to the meeting too?" "Yes." Irika Umino remarked with some emotion, "I never imagined that I would be a teacher for 3 months in the blink of an eye. You have a long road ahead of you." Kitazawa smiled and joked, "Maybe you'll become the principal someday." It wasn't a joke. In the original work, he did indeed become the principal of the Ninja Academy. "Don't take it seriously, don't take it seriously." Umino Irika was startled and quickly shook his head. Although he said he wanted to be the principal, he knew that with his abilities, it was simply impossible. That's a good lame joke. Shoimu couldn't help but laugh and said. How could someone like Irika Umino become the principal? He even performed a demonstration of swallowing a kunao right there on the spot. Shoimu, remember to meet at the village entrance at 9 o'clock on Saturday morning. Kitazawa glanced at him and reminded him. I know. Mizuki's smile froze, and he said in a muffled voice. But his heart was already filled with murderous intent, and he wished he could kill Kitazawa right now. Why do we even care about someone laughing at Irika? The evil Kitazawa always manages to ruin his plans. What are you going there to prepare for? Umino Irika, ever the helpful one, asked. I'm free on Saturday too. Do you need my help? Unnecessary. Without hesitation, Mizuki replied, this is between Kitazawa and me. With Umino Irika around, it wouldn't be convenient to kill Kitazawa. Definitely next time. Kitazawa patted Umino Irika on the shoulder and said. You. Irika Umino was interrupted by Kitazawa as soon as he opened his mouth. The principal is here, let's hurry into the meeting room. Kitazawa noticed Sarutobi Hisao's figure in the distance and immediately spoke. Irika Umino could only suppress his curiosity and follow them into the conference room. What he really wanted to ask was what exactly happened. But Kitazawa didn't give him a chance to ask. The time came to 8:30. All the teachers from the 6 grades of the Ninja Academy had arrived, and the meeting room was packed. Before the meeting begins, I have an announcement to make on behalf of the principal. Hisao Sarutobi stood up and said. The principal of the Ninja Academy was the 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. The reason for calling him principal instead of Hokage is that the appropriate title is used for the corresponding work location. The principal has decided to appoint Kitazawa as the director of the school's academic affairs office. Sarutobi Hisao said in a deep voice. What? Shui Mu jumped to his feet, his face grim, and blurted out, why? Although he had considered that Kitazawa would become his boss, such a rapid promotion was hard for him to accept. This is the principal's order. Hisao Sarutobi looked at him and said, if you want to know why, you can ask him. Shui Mu sat down again, looking dejected. Irika Umino originally wanted to congratulate Kitazawa, but seeing his expression, he could only swallow his words. But I felt a sense of awe and longing. He hoped that one day he could be promoted and receive a raise like Kitazawa, and gain the Hokage's approval. From now on, Kitazawa will preside over the monthly exam meetings. Sarutobi Hisao paused for a moment, then said, Kitazawa, come up here, let's start with today's meeting. Okay. Kitazawa stood up and walked onto the stage. Sit down. Hisao Sarutobi moved aside. Thank you, principal. Kitazawa didn't stand on ceremony and sat down. He coughed lightly, announcing the start of the meeting. Although this was his first time serving as the director of the Academic Affairs Office, he had attended several monthly exam meetings before, so he was not unfamiliar with the role. Just follow the example, if problems arise, Hisao Sarutobi can still salvage the situation. The monthly exam meeting actually covered 2 main points. The first point is to have teachers create questions based on the teaching progress. The second point is that the questions submitted on time are then selected by Hisao Sarutobi and compiled into the theoretical exam papers. Of course, it's not Hisao Sarutobi who's choosing now, it's Kitazawa who's choosing. This is a good thing for Kitazawa. He can complete the task more easily and get first place. Page 104. Fortunately, he didn't need to take the monthly exam in June, he needed to prepare for the monthly exam in July, which was the final exam. Meeting dismissed. Kitazawa stood up and said. Excellent, you were very skilled in your first meeting, there's absolutely nothing wrong with that. Sarutobi Hisao said with a chuckle. I'm just following the example of the principal. Kitazawa replied, it's because you always set a good example. Haha, you're so funny. Sarutobi Hisao chuckled twice upon hearing this, pleased with his quick thinking, and said, if you need anything in the future, feel free to come to me. Okay. Kitazawa nodded and said. After Hisao Sarutobi left, the other teachers gathered around. While expressing their congratulations, they also hoped that Kitazawa would continue to take care of them. Only Shuimu stood still, feeling as if he were fighting against the whole world. The excitement belongs to them, he has nothing. Even his good friend Irika Umino joined in to celebrate the birth of the new king. Shuimu clenched his fist. For the first time, he was incredibly excited about Saturday. Mizuki turned and left, figuring that Kitazawa would only be arrogant for another week at most. He's already thinking about how to take him down on Saturday. For safety's sake, he plans to hire 2 wandering chunin. If someone is killed, we can shift the blame to them. The time came to 9 o'clock. Kitazawa breathed a sigh of relief. These teachers were so enthusiastic that he couldn't handle it. At the same time, it reflects a problem, the drawbacks of being kind to others in ordinary times. No wonder the Uchiha clan ninjas always have such cold faces. In that case, no one would dare to approach them. Classes begin. Kitazawa entered Class 1A. He glanced around and saw that Uchiha Sasuke, Haruno Sakura, Hyuga Hinata, Nara Shikamaru, and Yamanaka Ino were not there. Before his meeting, he had his shadow clone take them to the school's artificial lake. After all, they don't attend classes, so they won't fall behind in their theoretical grades. Since that's the case, let's make an exception. This is called individualized instruction. Get out of class is over. Kitazawa is now very familiar with teaching and completes a lesson very smoothly. He picked up his lesson plan, walked to the door, and suddenly remembered something, stopping in his tracks. Naruto, come out here for a second. Kitazawa called out as he turned around. Teacher Kitazawa. Naruto Uzumaki hurried over and asked excitedly, are you going to teach me a new ninjutsu again? Clearly, he had benefited from the shadow clone technique. Ever since he learned the shadow clone technique, he felt his strength had increased dramatically. Do you still have the energy to learn other ninjutsu? Kitazawa shook his head and said, you just need to learn physical skills from Kai. With the 9 tails causing trouble, Naruto Uzumaki spent several times, even more than 10 times, the time it took him to learn ninjutsu compared to Sasuke Uchiha and others. To be honest, some of the losses outweigh the gains. Unless we can find a simple and straightforward ninjutsu, such as the multiple shadow clone technique or the raise nan. Moreover, Mad K's training was inhuman, he trained all day long, pushing himself to the limit. Okay. Naruto scratched his head and asked, what does Kitazawa-sensei want with me? How's your Leaf Village fluid technique coming along? Kitazawa pondered for a moment and then asked. I've pretty much got it down. Naruto Uzumaki explained, Gai-sensei taught me a lot of taijutsu similar to Konoha's fluid techniques. Kitazawa seemed to be deep in thought. Now that you mention it, it's true. The taijutsu of the Leaf Whirlwind series is estimated to be derived from the leaf fluid technique, essentially an enhanced version. With your current strength, you don't need to take any more practical training. Kitazawa said, from now on, come find me at the artificial lake on campus for your practical training sessions. I'll give you a different kind of special training. Great! Naruto Uzumaki said excitedly, I've wanted to train with Kitazawa-sensei for a long time. He had always envied Sasuke Uchiha and Hinata Hyuga for being able to skip classes and train. Although we still can't skip classes, at least we can train together. Kitazawa chuckled to himself. I guess only Naruto Uzumaki enjoys training. Anyone else would have thought about it. If it were Nara Shikamaru, he would run as far as he could. There's not much time in a class. How about this, you wait for me at the artificial lake on campus after you finish lunch. Kitazawa thought for a moment and said. Okay. Instead of complaining, Naruto was happy about the extra training time. Go back to class. Kitazawa patted him on the shoulder and turned to walk away. He didn't go to the Ninja Academy training grounds to see Uchiha Sasuke and the others, instead, he went to the mission hall of the Hokage building. His goal was simple, he wanted to take on an outing and do it with Shuimu on Saturday. Kitazawa arrived at the mission hall. Although it was morning, there were quite a few ninjas coming and going. Kitazawa looked at the task list on the wall. It is divided according to the task level. After a moment's thought, Kitazawa looked at the B-level mission. While special Jonin can accept A-rank missions, the difficulty is too high, so it's unnecessary. Anyway, Kitazawa's purpose in accepting the mission was not to earn a reward. One task after another was swept by. Kitazawa's gaze fell upon a bandit suppression mission. Simply put, a band of thieves was entrenched on a mountain called Civet Cat, specializing in robbing and plundering. Kitazawa chose it for a simple reason. He remembered that one of his students' hometowns was in a nearby city. Now we have a reason, the teacher is fighting off bandits for the students to ensure their safety on their way to school. Although that student only goes back to his hometown once a month, he spends most of his time living in Konoha village. Hello, I want to accept the mission to suppress bandits in Civet Mountain. Kitazawa approached the mission window and spoke to the staff inside. How many people are in your ninja squad, and how strong are they? The staff member asked. 2 people, one a special Jonin and the other a Chunin. Kitazawa replied. Meets the requirements. The staff member nodded and suggested, but it would be best to find another teammate for added safety. No need, the 2 of us are fine. Kitazawa shook his head and refused. The staff didn't say anything more, but gave him a task sheet. Thank you. Kitazawa accepted the task order. He felt like he was playing some kind of open-world game after this conversation. Chapter 92 Shikamaru becomes more diligent. The time came to noon. After finishing his lunch, Naruto Uzumaki rushed towards the school's artificial lake. Bang! He ran very fast, his mind filled with the new training, completely unaware that Nara Shikamaru had appeared around the corner ahead. Ouch! Nara Shikamaru was exhausted after training and was hit so hard that he felt like he was falling apart. Shikamaru? What are you doing here? Naruto Uzumaki paused for a moment, then asked. It's Naruto. Nara Shikamaru got up, rubbed his lower back, and complained, You're really strong. Feel sorry. Naruto explained, I was busy going to the artificial lake because Kitazawa-sensei said he would give me a new special training. Oh. Page 105. Nara Shikamaru's eyes lit up, and he asked, Is it water treading training? He can tell whether suffering alone or suffering with someone else is more enjoyable. Most importantly, with Naruto Uzumaki by our side, we can share the firepower. You must prioritize attacking the hero with the taunt ability. Nara Shikamaru understands Uzumaki Naruto. Although he is strong, his chakra control is only average. If they train together, Naruto Uzumaki will definitely attract Kitazawa's attention more. Then he can slack off a little and suffer less. I don't know if it's water treading training, Mr. Kitazawa didn't say. Naruto scratched his head and said. Since you've already come to the artificial lake, it's most likely for water treading training. Nara Shikamaru pondered for a moment before speaking. I see. Naruto Uzumaki knew he was always clever, so he believed him. It just so happens that I was also doing treading water training. Nara Shikamaru extended his hand and said, We can cooperate. How can we cooperate on this? Naruto shook hands with him and asked. Nara Shikamaru explained Kitazawa's training methods to him. Is that really the case? Naruto Uzumaki exclaimed excitedly, That sounds so exciting. Are you a masochist? Nara Shikamaru couldn't understand it. You call this kind of painful training exciting? At that time, we will work together to fight against Kitazawa-sensei, grow bigger and stronger, and create brilliance together. Nara Shikamaru put his arm around his shoulder and said with a serious expression. You want to train with Naruto? Kitazawa's voice rang out. Teacher Kitazawa. Naruto Uzumaki immediately greeted him. We're all classmates, so training together is more fun. A smile appeared on Nara Shikamaru's face. Well. Kitazawa laughed upon hearing this, come with me. Bridge bean sacks. Nara Shikamaru sensed something was wrong and quickly said, Kitazawa-sensei, I'm resting this afternoon. I'll train with Naruto again tomorrow. You just promised to train with Naruto, so you can't go back on your word. Kitazawa turned and walked forward. Since it was already noon, Sasuke Uchiha and Hinata Hyuga had already returned to their classrooms for lunch break and were not at the artificial lake. This is it. Kitazawa stopped in an open space. He looked at Shikamaru Nara and Naruto Uzumaki. One was frustrated, the other excited, creating a perfect contrast. Teacher Kitazawa. Nara Shikamaru realized what was happening and asked, aren't we doing water treading training? They are currently located about 7 or 8 meters away from the artificial lake, not even touching it. Broke in. We've been completely fooled. Cleverness can backfire. Nara Shikamaru instinctively believed that Uzumaki Naruto was doing water walking training, which is why he was willing to stay and share the burden. But now it's not like that, he's suddenly become the clown. It's live fire training. Kitazawa said with a smile, now, you two attack me. Remember to use your full strength. Nara Shikamaru was dumbfounded. This is not a real combat training exercise, it's clearly a training exercise to get beaten up. Watch out, Kitazawa-sensei. Naruto Uzumaki charged forward without hesitation, shouting, Leaf Whirlwind. Kitazawa raised an eyebrow. His speed increased considerably. It seems that training with Might Guy has led to a rapid improvement in his skills. Kitazawa clenched his fist and punched him in the foot. Naruto Uzumaki felt a numbness in his right leg, but he quickly recovered. Konoha's Great Whirlwind. He pressed his right hand against the ground, turned his body, and immediately delivered another roundhouse kick. Kitazawa stood still, then turned into a leaf. Naruto kicked the air away, stumbled, and quickly regained his balance. He quickly located Kitazawa's position and rapidly approached him. Art Fire Escape Ho Fireball. Kitazawa did not forget his purpose. The reason he put Naruto through combat training was to help him defeat Sasuke Uchiha. Then fire-style techniques are indispensable. As for Nara Shikamaru, although it was a spur-of-the-moment decision, Kitazawa thought about it carefully and felt that it might have a good effect. Nara Shikamaru's laziness stems not only from his nature but also from a lack of pressure. If you beat him up a few times, he'll understand the importance of strength. Simply put, he needs setbacks. Just like his teacher Sarutobi Asuma's sacrifice in the original work. Wow wow wow! The air distorted and heated up, and Naruto Uzumaki felt the heat on his feet and quickly retreated. The giant fireball pursued relentlessly. Shikamaru, get out of the way! Naruto shouted and rolled to the side. Nara Shikamaru had noticed the giant fireball long ago. A hint of helplessness flashed in his eyes. Now that things had come to this, he had no choice but to fight. Not fighting means getting beaten. Thinking of this, he quickly dodged. Fire Release Phoenix Immortal Fire Technique. Kitazawa calmly formed hand seals. Chakra transformed into bursts of flame that flew out of his mouth. Under his control, it split in two and headed towards Naruto Uzumaki and Shikamaru Nara. Eat my kick! Facing the dense barrage of fireballs, Naruto Uzumaki roared, Intense Leaf Vajra Whirlwind. His feet were imbued with blue chakra, which insulated him from the heat while he kicked the fireball away. Kitazawa sensed something was amiss. Has Naruto Uzumaki mastered the vigorous Leaf Village Vajra Whirlwind? This is the fourth technique in the Leaf Whirlwind series, and its power is astonishing. Compared to Naruto Uzumaki's nonchalant demeanor, Shikamaru Nara looked quite disheveled. Kitazawa controlled the speed, ensuring the fireball was always a step behind him. Even so, he rolled several times on the ground before successfully dodging. At that moment, Nara Shikamaru desperately wished he knew his family's secret technique. At least there's still a chance to fight back. Naruto, use your shadow clone technique. Nara Shikamaru gasped for breath and shouted. Shadow clone technique. Upon hearing this, Naruto immediately formed hand seals. Bang! 2 Naruto Uzumakis appeared from the smoke. Konoha tornado. 3 Naruto Uzumakis launched an attack. That's not how you rush in. Nara Shikamaru was too late to stop them and could only watch as they ran up to Kitazawa. Art fire escape ho fireball. Kitazawa smiled faintly and spat out a large fireball. Help! Help! The 2 Narutos at the front were grazed by the fireball and immediately burst into flames. Haha! Kitazawa-sensei, you've fallen for it. The last Naruto appeared behind Kitazawa. He suddenly threw a punch, which instantly created a whistling sound. Are all of you Uzumaki clan members born with superhuman strength? Kitazawa mentally complained, then slightly turned his body to dodge it. He raised his leg and kicked Naruto Uzumaki away. Page 106. Kitazawa raised an eyebrow. His body turned into leaves. The next second, Nara Shikamaru's fist missed its mark. He froze, realizing his sneak attack had failed. Nara Shikamaru then took off just like Uzumaki Naruto. The two fell to the ground, feeling dizzy and disoriented. Naruto! Naruto, do you have any ninjutsu that can control him? Nara Shikamaru shook his head and asked. Have. Naruto Uzumaki nodded and said. Really have? Nara Shikamaru was surprised. He was just asking casually, trying to find out what was going on. I feel that your talent is no less than Sasuke's. Nara Shikamaru exclaimed in amazement. Look at me. Naruto, spurred on by the praise, immediately became excited and shouted, Sexy jutsu. Kitazawa looked completely bewildered. Nani? Nara Shikamaru was struck dumb when he saw the blonde, blue-eyed beauty in front of him. The original plan was for Naruto to control Kitazawa while he launched a sneak attack. But now he is also under control and unable to move. I'm not clean anymore. Nara Shikamaru's eyes lost their luster. You are no longer allowed to use seduction techniques in live fire training. Kitazawa's lips twitched, and he immediately hurled a large fireball at them. Naruto immediately cancelled his sexy jutsu and fled frantically. When the fireball was about to hit them, Nara Shikamaru finally came to his senses and ran away with them. An hour later, the two sat back to back on the ground to rest. They were all covered in sweat, and their clothes were mostly soaked. If Naruto Uzumaki's condition was barely acceptable, then Shikamaru Nara looked as if he had been pulled out of the water. He stared at the sky, his whole being devoid of life, like a broken rag doll that had burned out its last bit of vitality. Shikamaru, you will participate in live fire training twice a week from now on. Kitazawa pondered for a moment, then said. Nara Shikamaru's stamina is far inferior to Uzumaki Naruto's, so if something goes wrong, it will be difficult to explain to Nara Shikaku. Twice a week is just right. Naruto Uzumaki possesses the Nine Tails Chakra, so no matter how tired he is, he can wake up refreshed after a good night's sleep and thus withstand hellish training. In addition, he also has the bloodline of the Uzumaki clan, whose vitality is so strong that it is unparalleled. As can be seen from Karin and her mother in Kyuzagakur, an injured ninja can recover health by taking a bite. Upon hearing this, Nara Shikamaru felt as if he had lived half his life again. If you're going to have real combat training every day, you might as well find someone with a crooked neck and hang themselves. Although it's uncomfortable to do it twice a week, it's barely tolerable. Shikamaru, you can go home after you've rested enough. Kitazawa paused for a moment and then said, as for Naruto, if he's feeling alright, he can continue with classes this afternoon. No problem. Naruto patted his chest and said. Livestock. Nara Shikamaru couldn't help but shout in his heart. Half an hour later, he slowly got up and left the ninja school. I am back. Nara Shikamaru said weakly. Were you beaten up? Nara Shikako glanced at him, his expression immediately turning serious. Let's not talk about this yet. Nara Shikamaru didn't want to say anything more and said directly, I want to learn the shadow imitation technique. Show me the scroll. What? Nara Shikako asked in shock, who are you? You're not my son. Stop joking, Dad. Nara Shikamaru said with a helpless expression. Is it true? Nara Shikako was slightly taken aback, then realized what he meant and exclaimed, your teacher Kitazawa is truly a genius. Nara Shikamaru rolled his eyes. What kind of god is he? He's clearly a devil. The practical training session in the afternoon. Teacher Kitazawa. Before starting his training, Sasuke Uchiha found Kitazawa. What's wrong? Did you encounter any problems while practicing fire release, Great Dragon Fire technique? Kitazawa looked at him and asked. No. Sasuke Uchiha took out a ninjutsu scroll and said, here, take this. In the morning, he wanted to give it to Kitazawa, but he only saw his shadow clone. He thought it would be more formal to give it to him in person, so he waited until now. Kitazawa opened the ninjutsu scroll and couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. The document contains 2 fire release ninjutsu, the B-rank fire release, Great Fire Annihilation and the B-rank fire release, Dragon Flame Song technique. Fire release, Great Fire Annihilation and fire release, Great Fire Extinction are similar, both involve spitting out a sea of fire. The fire release, Dragon Flame Song technique can be considered an enhanced version of the fire release, Great Dragon Fire technique, which can release 4 fire dragons. Thank you to your brother for me. Kitazawa paused for a moment, then said, thank you too. 2 fire-style ninjutsu are nothing. Uchiha Sasuke said nonchalantly. I'd give this pretentious act 99 points, I'm only giving it 1 more point so you don't get arrogant. Kitazawa was once again amazed by the Uchiha clan's extravagance, giving away B-rank ninjutsu so readily. I'm going to training, Kitazawa-sensei. Sasuke Uchiha ran to the side and began practicing fire release, Great Dragon Fire technique. Naruto. Kitazawa created a shadow clone and said, you will follow him for combat training. Okay, Kitazawa-sensei. Naruto Uzumaki and Kitazawa's shadow clones walked towards the open space in the distance. Their battle involved fire-style ninjutsu, so they needed to find a spacious place. Otherwise, the headline of the next day's newspapers would definitely be Dean of Academic Affairs Kitazawa burns down the Ninja Academy. It's worth mentioning that the ninja world does indeed have newspapers. In the original work, there is a scene where Minato Namikaze is reading a newspaper. Hinata. Kitazawa patted her head and said, let's start practicing your boxing. Okay. Hinata Hyuga nodded vigorously and said. Kitazawa watched her practice gentle fist while correcting her mistakes. To be honest, Hinata Hyuga didn't learn very quickly. It's not that she lacks talent, but rather that the soft fist, Bagwa 64 palms is extremely difficult. There are still 2 months left until Hinata Hyuga and Niji Hyuga's sparring match next semester. It's simply impossible to fully master the soft fist and Bagwa 64 palms in 2 months. Kitazawa plans to adopt Hinata Hyuga's method from the original work, which is to break down gentle fist, 8 trigrams 64 palms. She first learned the soft fist, Bagwa 32 palms, and then the soft fist, Bagwa 64 palms. Now, even with 2 months of training, the soft fist, Bagwa 32 palms is quite challenging. You can start by learning the soft fist, Bagwa 12 palms. Chapter 93 Shoimu's Death, System Extra Reward. The class period passed quickly. You've worked hard today, Hinata. Kitazawa smiled and said. Kitazawa-sensei. Hinata Hyuga suddenly lowered her head, looking a little embarrassed. What happened? Kitazawa asked, puzzled. This is for you. Hinata Hyuga held a bankbook in both hands and handed it to him, saying, This is all my allowance. She had thought about how to repay Kitazawa, but no matter how she thought about it, she couldn't come up with a good idea. In the end, she could only think of one solution, to give money. I don't need money, you don't need to give me any more. Page 107. Kitazawa was both amused and exasperated, and said, No. No way. Hinata Hyuga raised her head, her voice trembling but her expression resolute. You must take her. It's rare to see you so assertive. Kitazawa couldn't help but laugh and said, Then I'll accept it. He took the passbook, opened it, and was immediately stunned. 3 million taels? You call this pocket money? Am I really living off a woman? Kitazawa thought about it again and felt that something was not quite right. Although Hinata Hyuga is the eldest daughter of the Hyuga clan, 3 million ryo in pocket money is far too much. Could it be that Hiashi Hyuga did it on purpose? Was it to thank him? Thank you, Kitazawa-sensei. Hinata Hyuga said with a slight blush. This kid might be able to, it's really like giving money and then saying thank you. Kitazawa accepted the money and said, I'll take you back. Hinata Hyuga smiled happily upon hearing this. The two headed towards the Hyuga clan's residence. It wasn't far, it took about 10 minutes to walk to the door. Goodbye, Kitazawa-sensei. Hinata Hyuga waved goodbye with some reluctance and walked into the courtyard. You're back? Then come and practice your boxing. Hiashi Hyuga saw her and spoke. Yes, father. Hinata Hyuga agreed without the slightest hesitation. Although she had been training all day and was very tired, she didn't want to disappoint Hiashi Hyuga. In fact, it's quite the opposite. Hiashi Hyuga was not disappointed at all, in fact, he was pleasantly surprised. Because Hinata Hyuga's progress exceeded his expectations. In just a few days, her skill level has already reached such a high level. Kitazawa was not a member of the Hyuga clan and did not possess the Byakugan, so he was automatically excluded. Therefore, there is only one possibility, Hinata Hyuga possesses extremely high talent in Gentle Fist. Hinata, do your best. Hiashi Hyuga smiled and said, the future of the Hyuga clan is in your hands. Yes, father. Hinata Hyuga didn't understand why Hiashi Hyuga suddenly said such a thing, but all she could do was agree. At least he seemed quite happy. Kitazawa went to Kurane's house, but she wasn't there. After a moment's thought, he realized what was happening and went to the back of the house. Not long after, he saw Kurane Yui. She sat on the trunk of a tree, surrounded by lush foliage that shaded most of her body. In her hand she held a ball, practicing the raise nan. The reason it's so mysterious is because she learned it by stealing it. Kitazawa looked at her and suddenly thought of a way that conformed to the rules, marriage. According to the rules of Konoha village, married couples are allowed to teach each other ninjutsu. Kitazawa obtained the raise nan through a reward from the Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, which was a perfectly legitimate process. If Yui Kurane were to marry him, things would go from being non-compliant to compliant. Just like in the original work, Minato Namikaze learned a lot of sealing techniques from Kushina Uzumaki. Of course, their identities speak for themselves. In short, Konoha's rules only apply to the vast majority of ninjas. Red. Kitazawa waited a moment before calling out. When did you arrive? Kurane put the ball away and asked. She has been cultivating for so long, she is not in a hurry for this moment. Just arrived. Kitazawa stretched out his hand and said, jump down, I'll catch you. Do you think I don't understand what you're thinking? Kurane Yui gave a soft hum and then leaped down. She wrapped her arms around Kitazawa's neck, and her long legs supported his waist. But the force of the impact from above caused her to crash into Kitazawa's arms. What is dribbling the ball? Kitazawa felt a soft touch. He instinctively wrapped his arms around her plump legs, crossed his hands, and lifted her round buttocks. You should put me down, Kitazawa. Kurane Yui wasn't used to the two of them being so intimate, so she patted his shoulder and said something. I'll take you back. Kitazawa blinked and said. Kurane was so close to him that he could even see her fair skin rising and falling with her breath. Unfortunately, the black mesh lining was quite an eyesore. You won't have that chance. With a single hand seal, Kurane Yui vanished from the spot, leaving only a wooden stake behind. I'm going out on Saturday. Kitazawa threw away the wooden stake and said with a normal expression. Where to? Kurane followed in his footsteps and headed home. Go on a mission with Shuimu. Kitazawa thought for a moment and then said. Mizuki. Upon hearing this, Kurane frowned and said, he has ill intentions towards you. I'll accompany you on your mission. I only went on the mission with him because I knew he had ill intentions towards me. Kitazawa shrugged and said, I don't like threats. Are you going to attack him? Kurane's expression changed slightly, and she said, this is very dangerous. You should know that memories can be extracted from both the living and the dead. There's a saying in the ninja world, corpses can talk. This actually refers to the ninjutsu of retrieving or accessing memories from the mind. In Konoha village, this is usually handled by the Yamanaka clan, with Yamanaka Inoichi serving as the head of the Konoha analysis team. I will not make a move. Kitazawa shook his head and said, the choice is with Mizuki. If he doesn't intervene, nothing will happen. If he does intervene, I am acting in self-defense. In that case, even if Konoha village investigates Mizuki's memories, they won't be able to convict him. Is that so? After a moment's thought, Kurane Yui said, I'll go with you. Need not. Kitazawa looked at her and couldn't help but smile. He told Kurane about this precisely because he understood her personality. As he expected, she sided with him. The more people there are, the greater the risk. Kitazawa shook his head and explained, if you go out and are discovered, the Hokage might think that I deliberately set a trap to kill Mizuki. All right. After thinking about it, Kurane Yui did not insist any further. She felt relieved because she considered the difference in strength between Kitazawa and Mizuki. With Kitazawa's current strength, plus ninjutsu like the Raise Nan, it's impossible for a Chunin to harm him. Saturday arrived in the blink of an eye. A clear voice sounded. The ball in Kurane's hand suddenly exploded. Congratulations on completing the second stage of Raise Nan training. Now there is only one final stage left. Seeing this, Kitazawa said, you'll be able to learn the Raise Nan very soon. Thank you for your help. Kurane Yui smiled and said. Just a verbal thank you. Kitazawa took her hand, pulled her into his arms, and asked. She glanced at him, then stood on tiptoe and kissed him. A few seconds later, she suddenly widened her eyes and instinctively pushed him away. You, how could you reach out? A blush quietly appeared on Yui's face. With the goddess's kiss, my mission today will definitely go very smoothly. Kitazawa said seriously. Are you sure you don't need me to come with you? Kurane's attention was immediately diverted upon hearing this. Do not worry. Page 108. Kitazawa smiled and said, I now have the strength of a jonin. Mount Kuazaton is not particularly far from Konoha village, it is still within the land of fire. Even if Mizuki wanted to hire wandering ninjas, it would be difficult to find jonin. Besides, even if you invite a jonin, unless it's someone like Kakuzu, they can't beat Kitazawa. Okay, I'll wait for you to come back. Kurane nodded slightly and said, take care on your journey. Ah! Kitazawa stepped forward, kissed her, and then turned and left. The main gate of Konoha village. Shui Mu was already waiting, but his face was gloomy and he seemed to be in a bad mood. They only calmed down after seeing Kitazawa. What's the mission? Shuimu took the initiative to ask. After all, this was related to whether his assassination plan would succeed. Go to Kuazali Mountain and wipe out a band of mountain bandits. Kitazawa explained, it just so happens that one of my students' hometowns is nearby, and he is deeply troubled by this. You really are a good teacher. Shui Mu twitched the corner of her mouth and cursed inwardly for being hypocritical. However, from another perspective, Civet Mountain is very suitable for ambush. Not really. Kitazawa said calmly, the main thing is that I have a free helper. Shui Mu suddenly felt heartbroken. Evil Kitazawa, you must die today. The two set off in silence. Civet Mountain wasn't far, it only took an hour to cover the distance, even with a ninja-like run. The mountain bandits guarding the mountain are yours. Commander Kitazawa said. Mizuki took out a kunao and disappeared from the spot. Soon after, there was the sound of a heavy object hitting the ground. Apart from the two bandit leaders who were ninjas, the rest of the bandits were just ordinary people. Although they were ordinary people, they committed all sorts of evil deeds, including arson, murder, and looting. Kitazawa felt no guilt in killing them. For Shuimu, a popular online forum, resolving this is easy and pleasant. The two of them climbed the mountain. We'll each take down one bandit leader. Beizi looked at the mountain stronghold on the mountaintop and said. Shui Mu nodded slightly. I'll start a fire first. Kitazawa formed hand seals and spat out a fireball of normal size. In an instant, flames erupted everywhere. The fortified village was entirely made of wood, and it caught fire very quickly. Fire! Quickly put out the fire! Where is the water? The mountain stronghold suddenly became lively, with shouts and screams mingling together. Kitazawa and Mizuki exchanged a glance, then headed towards the mountain stronghold from the left and right respectively. Stealth is one of the most basic skills of a ninja. Although Kitazawa can also use stealth without any special abilities, he cannot reveal his strength to Mizuki for the time being. If you scare him, all your efforts will be in vain. Although Mizuki's strength was average, Kitazawa felt that he should be allowed to rest in peace when faced with an enemy who wanted to kill him. A few seconds later, Kitazawa spotted his target. The Mountain King of Kuazali Mountain, a middle-aged man with a ninja sword hanging at his waist, possesses the strength of an elite chunin. According to the mission details, he was extremely skilled in water escape techniques and swordsmanship. This is a fluctuation of chakra. The middle-aged man looked around and shouted, "A ninja has infiltrated. Everyone be careful. You're quite quick-witted." Kitazawa appeared directly. But he placed his right hand behind his back and quickly formed a hand seal. Who? The nearby bandits immediately surrounded Kitazawa. A ninja from Konoha. The middle-aged man noticed the Konoha headband on Kitazawa's forehead, and his expression changed drastically. Everyone knows that Konoha village is one of the 5 great villages. Once it sets its sights on you, you're in for a world of trouble. You guessed right, but there's no reward. Kitazawa said with a smile. The middle-aged man immediately gripped the ninja sword. But the moment he drew his sword, he sensed something was wrong. He instinctively looked down and saw vines sprouting from the ground, which quickly wrapped around his feet. The middle-aged man was slightly startled, and then felt his body float upwards. He didn't know when, but he had been enveloped by a giant tree. This was the illusion technique that Kitazawa used with a single hand seal, illusion tree binding kill. Instantaneous technique. In an instant, Kitazawa covered 2 meters and stood in front of the middle-aged man. In his horrified gaze, the kunao pierced his heart. Illusion techniques are truly a one-time kill for ordinary ninjas. Kitazawa couldn't help but sigh. Without illusion magic, he wouldn't have been able to take care of the middle-aged man so quickly. You. The middle-aged man opened his mouth, then collapsed. His eyes were filled with doubt. When exactly did he fall under the illusion? The boss is dead? Run! The bandits, who were about to make their move, panicked and fled when they saw the middle-aged man being killed instantly. Kitazawa formed hand seals and spat out a large fireball. Screams sounded. He mercilessly threw out his kunai, ending their lives. After finishing everything, he looked at the distant Shoimu. He was still fighting another Chunin bandit leader. We have already gained an advantage. Kitazawa didn't step forward to help, instead, he sat down on the spot and pretended to recover his chakra. How are you? A few minutes later, Mizuki finished the battle and walked up to him. I'm fine, I just used up a lot of chakra. Kitazawa shook his head, stood up, and said, the mission is over. Let's go back. Go back. Mizuki sneered, dropping the pretense, Kitazawa, you can't go back. What do you mean? Kitazawa frowned and asked. You're still asking me what I mean. Mizuki flew into a rage and asked angrily, don't you know what you've done? What do I do? Kitazawa asked a question he already knew the answer to. They stole my title of outstanding teacher, took the reward that was rightfully mine, and even caused our class to lose a friendly match. Mizuki's expression twisted, and he asked emphatically, don't you deserve to die? Mizuki. Kitazawa asked with a serious expression, are you questioning the Hokage? What Hokage? He's just a senile old man. Shui Mutong cursed. Kitazawa raised an eyebrow. Well. With just this one sentence, he can clear himself of all suspicion. I am now a special jonin. Kitazawa reminded him. Just a special jonin who got in through connections. Shoimu said with a disdainful look. Kitazawa's lips twitched. But since we're colleagues, I hired 2 helpers as a sign of respect. Mizuki grinned maliciously and shouted, come out. The next second, 2 figures landed on either side of him. Page 109. Do I still have a chance? Kitazawa looked around and, as expected, they were just 2 Chunin. Farewell, Kitazawa. Mizuki stretched out his hand, waved it, and said, kill him. The 2 Chunin immediately drew their swords and looked at Kitazawa from the left and right. Leaves are falling. Both ninja swords missed their mark. What? Mizuki was startled and quickly looked around, searching for Kitazawa's whereabouts. Wind release, gale palm. A massive amount of chakra erupted, transforming into a raging storm. The strong wind blew towards Mizuki and the others like waves of seawater. Spread. Mizuki's gaze sharpened, and she quickly retreated while searching with her eyes. Leaf Village Whirlwind. Kitazawa suddenly appeared and kicked him. In a panic, Mizuki crossed his arms and used them to block the attack. Bang! The immense force caused Mizuki to retreat once more. Under Kitazawa's calculations, he had unknowingly retreated to the edge of the cliff. Mizuki, do you know about the Raise Nan? Kitazawa stopped and asked casually. Who doesn't know the 4th Hokage's Raise Nan? Shoimu anxiously delayed. Kitazawa's strength exceeded his expectations. The only way now is to attack him 3-on-1. But the next second, Mizuki's pupils dilated in shock, and an expression of disbelief appeared on his face. You, how could you know how to snail? Shoimu was momentarily speechless. Raise Nan. Kitazawa used a body flicker technique to appear in front of him, and the spinning chakra ball in his hand struck his heart. What? Shoimu let out a scream, staggered backward, and then fell off the cliff. Kitazawa looked at him calmly. Shoimu's task was to send him to prison. Kitazawa originally didn't intend to kill him, but then he thought that there was no need to let a threat live just for a fire-style ninjutsu. He also wanted to see if, as the system had said, there would be no punishment if the mission failed. Thus, through his scheme, Shui Mu fell off a cliff and died. Kitazawa had considered destroying the body to cover up the crime, but that would have been pointless and would have only aroused more suspicion from Konoha. Only by keeping the body can his innocence be proven, he only needs to help Shoimu a little. In retrospect, the plan was a great success. It's your turn. Kitazawa turned around and immediately formed a hand seal. Magical tree binding kill. The Chunin who rushed up were immediately stunned. Kitazawa grasped the kunai and made a single stroke. A large amount of blood flowed from his throat. And many more. The remaining Chunin immediately stopped in his tracks, his face filled with terror, and said, "No, don't kill me. I'll give you all the money." Instantaneous technique. Kitazawa quickly caught up with him and reached out his hand. The chakra gathered and spun, forming a raised nan. He threw it directly. The Chunin let out a scream and then fell silent. Kitazawa couldn't help but let out a breath. He killed 4 Chunin using only the illusion tree binding technique, fire release, great fireball technique, raise nan, and leaf body flicker technique. And all of them can be described as very easy. Current mission, put Shoimu in jail. Mission reward, fire release, heavenly prison. The host has completed the mission, reward issued. Because the host exceeded the mission requirements, an additional reward of fire release, great fire prison has been given. Kitazawa looked at the 4 lines of text in front of him and couldn't help but stroke his chin. He thought killing Shoimu would cause the system to fail, but he didn't expect to exceed the mission requirements. System, you did a great job. Fire release, great fire prison is an enhanced version of fire release, heavenly prison. In the original work, Wuwei used it to imprison a monster that was not much inferior to the tailed beasts, Wu. Chapter 94 Danzo Shimura's attention. A flood of information rushed into my mind. Kitazawa mastered both fire release, heavenly prison and fire release, great fire heavenly prison in one go. These 2 ninjutsu are called fire release techniques, but they are actually sealing techniques. The damage is average, its main effect is to immobilize the target. In particular, fire release, great fire prison is a rare ninjutsu that can imprison large creatures. In the ninja world, the larger the creature, the more difficult it is to deal with. Because the range and power of ninjutsu are limited. Kitazawa took out a spirit storage scroll and put the corpses of the 2 bandit leaders into it. The psychic storage scroll cannot hold living beings, but it can hold corpses. Baizi put away the spirit storage scroll, ransacked the mountain stronghold, and then walked to the place where Shui Mu fell off the cliff. He looked down and could vaguely see his corpse. Kitazawa leaped into the air, performing a leap of faith. The wind howled. His hair and clothes were all blown upwards. As he approached the foot of the mountain, he clapped his hands together. Wind release, gale palm. The chakra transformed into wind, creating a counterforce. Kitazawa's falling body was cushioned, and his speed slowed down. He turned his body and landed steadily on the ground. Kitazawa walked up to Mizuki. Although Naruto Uzumaki's raised nan often seems unable to kill people in the original work, that's because his enemies are not ordinary people. Mizuki, an ordinary Chunin, was struck in the heart by the raised nan and died instantly. Kitazawa then took out a spirit storage scroll and put his corpse inside. Having completed all his tasks, he turned and headed towards Konoha village. An hour later, he returned to Konoha village. Normally, after completing a mission, the ninja team can simply turn in the mission at the Hokage building's mission hall. However, Kitazawa lost a teammate on this mission, so he had to meet the 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. "Come in." Hiruzen Sarutobi heard the knocking and looked up at the door. "Hokage-sama." Kitazawa walked in. "It's Kitazawa." Hiruzen Sarutobi smiled and asked, "Why are you here today, Saturday?" "Is such that." Kitazawa explained it again. It all started with a bet on a friendly match against Class 2A, then he went on a mission with Mizuki, and finally Mizuki hired a wandering ninja to kill him. "What did you say?" Hiruzen Sarutobi's expression turned extremely serious. Mitsuki actually dared to do this. Konoha village has many rules, but there is only one rule that cannot be violated: you cannot kill fellow ninjas from the same village. Even Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha and a student of the Hokage, became a rogue ninja because he experimented on ninjas from his own village. Of course, this rule can be handled flexibly by the Konoha leadership, as long as it is not exposed. Danzo Shimura conducted no fewer human experiments than Orochimaru, but because his work was never exposed, he is still doing well. But Mizuki was just a chunin, powerless and without influence. Even if Kitazawa doesn't kill him, he'll still spend the rest of his life in prison after he comes back. This is why the system said he exceeded the task requirements. Hokage-sama. Kitazawa took out a storage scroll and said, "This contains Mizuki's corpse." A corpse. Seeing this, Hiruzen Sarutobi felt relieved. Whether Shoimu lives or dies is not particularly important to him. What he was more worried about was that Kitazawa was lying, or rather, being disloyal to him. After all, judging from Kitazawa's current teaching level, there is no one in Konoha village who can replace him for the time being. Page 110. If something happens to him, Naruto and the others will definitely be very sad. Kitazawa's handing over Mizuki's body proved his honesty. Hiruzen Sarutobi stood up, walked to the open space, and then opened the storage summoning scroll. He needed to confirm the condition of Shuimu's body. When Mizuki's corpse appeared, he couldn't help but let out a soft hum. "You've learned the Raise Nan?" Hiruzen Sarutobi asked in surprise. Previously, Haru had reported to him that after Kitazawa exchanged the Raise Nan, his thoughts were similar to Tsunade's. He felt that Kitazawa had wasted his opportunity. Not everyone can learn to make a Raise Nan. Lucky. Kitazawa said modestly. You can't learn the Raise Nan by luck alone. Hiruzen Sarutobi shook his head and said with a sigh, "With your strength, it is indeed a waste for you to stay at the Ninja Academy as a teacher. There are many ninjas in Konoha village who are stronger than me." Kitazawa said with a hint of confidence, "But when it comes to teaching, they can't compare to me. School is more suitable for me." "You're not wrong about that." Hiruzen Sarutobi couldn't help but smile and said. He glanced at Shuimu's corpse and then put him into the storage scroll. "Kitazawa." Hiruzen Sarutobi looked at him, observing his expression, and said, "According to the rules, Mizuki will be sent to the analysis class to have his memories reviewed." "I see." Kitazawa said with a normal expression. "What plans do you have for Naruto lately?" Hiruzen Sarutobi returned to the Hokage's seat and asked with a smile. "In terms of taijutsu, Naruto will follow Gai's lead, so there's no need to worry about him." Kitazawa replied, "But he's a little lacking in actual combat, so we've been doing combat training lately." "A real battle? That's certainly a good arrangement." Hiruzen Sarutobi nodded slightly and said, "If there's nothing else, you can go and hand in your mission." "Yes, Hokage-sama." Kitazawa went downstairs and arrived at the mission hall. The reward for a level B mission is between 50,000 and 150,000. Kitazawa accepted a mission involving 2 chunin, so the reward was 150,000 ryo. Shuimu is dead, so he alone enjoys the 150,000 taels. Mosquito legs are meat too. Although Bi's has a lot of money now, he has no reason to let go of 150,000 taels. Speaking of the money he has now, the largest sum comes from Hinata Hyuga. Kitazawa shook his head and left the Hokage building. "You're back? How are you? Are you hurt?" As soon as Kurane saw him, she bombarded him with 3 questions. "Do you think I'm in trouble?" Kitazawa spread his hands and asked in return. "Shuimu didn't make a move against you." Kurane glanced around and immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Not only did they carry out the attack, but they also hired 2 rogue chunin, but now they're both corpses. Kitazawa said with a smile. "They deserved it." Kurane Yui gave a soft hum and said, "It's good that you're all right. I have already handed over Mizuki's body to the Hokage." Seeing her united and indignant expression, Kitazawa poked her cheek and said, "This matter is over, there's no need to worry about it anymore." "Ah! Kurane Yui nodded and said. I'm going to read a book. Let me know when Lady Tsunade arrives. After finishing his sentence, Kitazawa went upstairs. 1 week of the 2 weeks had already passed, and he still had half of his book left. If you don't hurry up and look, you might not be able to complete the task Tsunade gave you. The next day, Sunday, arrived. Kitazawa thought it would be the same as usual, reading books or discussing new ninjutsu with Tsunade and the others, but he didn't expect an uninvited guest to arrive. Kitazawa. Anbu Ninja Haru stood at the door and said, "The Hokage requests your presence." Could it be that his scheme to frame and kill Shoimu has been exposed? But Kitazawa thought about it again and realized it was impossible. After all, he was in a passive position the whole time and didn't stick to the pan at all. And if he were truly exposed, Ching wouldn't be so polite, she would have taken him down the moment she opened the door. Okay. Kitazawa closed the door and followed Haru to the Hokage's office. Kitazawa. Hiruzen Sarutobi said, "The analysis team has reviewed Mizuki's memories, and it is indeed his own fault." Okay. Kitazawa was completely relieved. With Hiruzen Sarutobi's words, Mizuki became a thing of the past. Shoimu is the homeroom teacher of Class A in the 2nd grade. Hiruzen Sarutobi changed the subject, asking, "Now that he's dead, which teacher do you think should take his place?" "It's all up to the Hokage." Kitazawa thought for a moment and then said, "Can you take on this role concurrently?" Hiruzen Sarutobi asked with a chuckle. "Sorry, Hokage-sama." Kitazawa was taken aback. After pausing for 2 seconds, he refused, saying, "I'm currently focused on teaching Class 1A and don't have enough time." Of course, being busy isn't the problem is that there are no benefits. His system identified him as a student in Class A of the first year. If he went to Class 2A, this idiotic system might think he had transferred classes. Then he would lose Sasuke Uchiha and Naruto Uzumaki, a group of high-quality mission triggerers. "I know you're busy, so you only need to take on this role part-time." Hiruzen Sarutobi paused for a moment and said, "A new teacher will be transferred to Class 2A. His name is Terai." "Terai?" Kitazawa paused slightly, feeling that the name sounded somewhat familiar. After thinking for a few seconds, I couldn't help but twitch at the corner of my mouth. Terai, in the original work, is a member of Root, and his only role is being ordered by Danzo Shimura to hunt down Kabuto Yakushi. Is this a case of the same name as someone else? Kitazawa didn't want to be targeted by Shimura Danzo and his Root. He is a member of the Roots. Hiruzen Sarutobi stated directly, "Danzo originally wanted him to replace you as your homeroom teacher, but I refused and made him the teacher of Class 2A instead, citing a shortage of students in Class 2A. Kitazawa felt a headache coming on. "Don't worry, I'm still in charge of the Ninja Academy." Hiruzen Sarutobi noticed his concerns and offered words of comfort. He was well aware of Danzo Shimura's reputation in Konoha, it was truly infamous, and everyone trembled at the mere mention of his name. "Your task is simple, keep an eye on Terai. Once Danzo realizes things are hopeless, he will naturally transfer him back." Hiruzen Sarutobi added. "Yes, Hokage-sama." Kitazawa nodded and agreed. There is indeed no danger in this matter. No matter how arrogant Danzo Shimura was, Hiruzen Sarutobi always had the upper hand over him. Moreover, Kitazawa knew that he was not Shimura Danzo's target, he guessed that it was most likely Kurama Yakumo. After all, her illusionary bloodline limit is just too strong. Furthermore, the Kurama clan has already declined and can be easily manipulated by Shimura Danzo. Just as Kitazawa was about to leave, 4 lines of text suddenly appeared before his eyes. "As a genius, you should dominate the Ninja Academy, Class 2A will be your first step. Current mission, defeat Hyuga Niji, the strongest student in Class 2A. Task reward, increases Byakugan purity by 10%. Whether to accept?" Kitazawa was stunned. Is this also possible? Chapter 95 Tsunade, I've got your back. Kitazawa, you will be in charge of Class 2A from now on, with Terai and Yamada Isamu assisting you. Hiruzen Sarutobi reminded him, you can arrange the specific classes. Isamu Yamada was the teacher of the original second-year Class A. There are usually 2 or 3 teachers in a class. The previous Class A of the second year consisted of Mizuki and Yamada Isamu. Okay. Page 111. Kitazawa snapped out of his daze and said. Terai is a ninja from Root, so he can't participate in important lessons, especially the Will of Fire. Hiruzen Sarutobi thought for a moment and then gave the order. He didn't want his Will of Fire to be replaced by Danzo Shimura's Will of Root. I see. Kitazawa nodded and said, I will personally teach you the Will of Fire. Very good. Hiruzen Sarutobi smiled and said, with you teaching, I don't need to worry too much. Lord Hokage, I shall take my leave now. After finishing their discussion, Kitazawa bowed slightly and left the Hokage's office. Standing at the entrance of the Hokage building, he couldn't help but exhale. This shadowy creature really knows how to squeeze into any crack or crevice. Kitazawa had never liked Shimura Danzo in his previous life, and now that he had personally experienced the trouble he had brought, he disliked him even more. Fortunately, he now has powerful connections, including Hiruzen Sarutobi and Tsunade. With them around, Kitazawa's safety in Konoha village is guaranteed. Kitazawa stroked his chin. Could we use Tsunade to bring down Danzo Shimura? As for why they didn't seek out Hiruzen Sarutobi, it's because Danzo Shimura was his black glove. As long as he doesn't betray the village, he won't be punished. Now, the only one who can cure Shimura Danzo is Tsunade. Kitazawa's first thought was to expose Shimura Danzo's would release experiments to Tsunade. The problem is that he has neither the right nor the means to know about this, and it is difficult to explain the source. Kitazawa seemed to be deep in thought, and the image of Yamato, the sole survivor of the wood release experiment, surfaced in his mind. Starting with him might be the way to go. But in any of these aspects, we need to take a long-term view. After all, it's all or nothing, and the risk is extremely high. Currently, he has no interaction with Danzo Shimura, and Kitazawa feels that his top priority is to increase his own strength. A thought flashed through his mind, and the previous mission reappeared before him. As a teacher, Kitazawa certainly couldn't go to Class 2A and shout things like, Niji, come out here, let's have a one-on-one fight. Fortunately, he has now become the homeroom teacher of Class A in the 2nd grade, so he can find an opportunity to complete it during the practical class. Kitazawa was most interested in this reward, which increased Byakugan purity by 10%. In the original work, the Byakugan is divided into 2 types. One type is the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan, such as Hyuga Hayashi. Another type is the Byakugan of the Otsutsuki clan, such as Kagaya Otsutsuki. Although the 2 types of Byakugan look exactly the same, their power is worlds apart. The Byakugan that Kitazawa previously obtained was the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan. This reward clearly indicates that his Byakugan can increase in purity until it becomes the Byakugan of the Otsutsuki clan. Kitazawa returned to Kurene's house. You're back? What does the old man want with you? Tsunade, who was sitting on the sofa, looked up and glanced at him. The Hokage asked me to take on the role of homeroom teacher for Class 2A. Kitazawa looked at her, a slight thought stirring within him, and said truthfully, also, keep an eye on the new teacher, Terai. Why are you monitoring him? Tsunade asked curiously. In her view, the ninjas who became teachers were all chunin, and they were not worth monitoring. He is a root ninja. Kitazawa speculated, I suspect Root has its eye on Yakumo. Dare he? Upon hearing this, Tsunade immediately retorted angrily, with me here, he won't be able to touch Yakumo. She was so angry for 2 reasons. First, she disliked Shimura Danzo, and second, Kurama Yakumo was her patient. Seeing this, Kitazawa thought to himself that he and Kurama Yakumo had gained another layer of protection. If Danzo Shimura en route take any action, please inform me. Tsunade snorted and said, Konoha is not a place where he can control everything. Lady Tsunade is truly awe-inspiring. Kitazawa praised with a smile. You've got guts, kid. Tsunade turned her head to look at him and said, ordinary ninjas would definitely tremble with fear at the mere mention of Shimura Danzo's name. That's because Lady Tsunade is here. Kitazawa said seriously. You are quite good at talking. Tsunade raised her delicate white foot and braced it against the coffee table, casually saying, Go ahead and get busy, I need to continue writing new ninjutsu. Yes, Lady Tsunade. Kitazawa went upstairs and returned to his room. Shimura Danzo and his roots were too far apart, he decided to finish reading the medical books first. If I could become Tsunade's student, I wouldn't have to worry about anything anymore. The next day. The last week of June has officially begun. Irika Umino stretched and looked at the results of his work over the past 2 days, 30 questions he had racked his brains to come up with. Every question is a testament to his hard work. I wonder how many questions will be selected. Irika Umino put away the questions on the table. After breakfast, I went to Shuimu's house. Shuimu, are you back? Irika Umino knocked on the door and called out loudly. Soon, the door was opened. But instead of Shuimu, a young woman with short hair appeared. Irika, good morning. The young woman greeted him with a gentle expression. Tsubaki, hasn't Mizuki come back yet? After Irika Umino nodded in response, he asked a question. Tsubaki is Mizuki's girlfriend and fiancé, and also a chunin. No. Chun said with some concern, he went out on Saturday morning and never came back. You know, it's normal to spend 10 days or half a month on a task. Irika Umino said with a smile. That's good. Chun breathed a sigh of relief and said, let me know as soon as you have any news. Well, I will. Umino Irika greeted her and then turned and walked towards the ninja academy. After walking a few steps, an expression of envy appeared on his face. When will I be able to have a beautiful and gentle girlfriend like Shuimu? Umino Irika remarked. Soon, he arrived at the ninja academy. He stopped in his tracks as soon as he entered the first grade office. Did Mizuki-senpai really do such a thing? He's really out of his mind, he's even jealous of a great person like Kitazawa-senpai. Indeed, Senior Kitazawa has always treated us well. Irika Umino subconsciously glanced at the 3 people discussing. They are all first-grade teachers, although not from Class A. What are you guys saying? No, Irika couldn't help but step forward and ask, what happened between Mizuki and Kitazawa-senpai? A notice that was just issued. One of the middle-aged teachers handed him a notice and said, you'll know once you see it. Irika Umino subconsciously glanced at the notification in his hand. A few seconds later, a look of astonishment appeared on his face. The notice contains 2 points. The first point is that Mizuki, out of jealousy, planned to take action against Kitazawa, but was instead killed. The second point is that Kitazawa will temporarily take over and be in charge of Class 2A, serving as its homeroom teacher. How is this possible? Irika Umino's hands were trembling as he held the notification slip. Although he knew that Mizuki and Kitazawa were at odds, he never expected it would come to the point of fighting each other. You can know a person's face but not their heart. The middle-aged teacher sighed and said, I remember you and Shui Mu were good friends. It's a good thing that you can see his true colors now. Irika Umino opened his mouth, unsure of what to say. This notice was issued by Principal Hiruzen Sarutobi. The Hokage, being a dignified figure, would not wrong Mizuki, which means the contents of the notification are true and credible. Mizuki is indeed dead, and he did indeed do something that violated the rules of Konoha village. How am I supposed to explain this to Chun? Irika Umino felt an unprecedented sense of difficulty. Page 112. At the same time, Kitazawa arrived at the second-year student's office. As soon as he entered the room, he sensed an unusual atmosphere. Kitazawa glanced at it and immediately recognized Terai. There was no way around it, the members of Root all smelled exactly the same, lifeless and inhuman. This is related to brainwashing at the Root. All members who join Root are brainwashed by Danzo Shimura and turned into emotionless tools. From then on, the concept of ninja clans and Konoha disappeared, and they were only loyal to Shimura Danzo. Because of Terai's presence, the entire large office was in an unusual atmosphere. After all, he was like a giant block of ice, causing the air temperature to drop several degrees. It's very unpleasant to look at. Senior Kitazawa. When Yamada saw Kitazawa, it was as if he had seen a savior, and he rushed to greet him. Let's go to my office for a short meeting now. Kitazawa paused for a moment, then said, it's Mizuki's office from before. He served as the homeroom teacher for 2 classes, which meant he had 2 offices. Okay. Yamada Yu felt as if he had been granted a pardon and quickly fled. Hello, Terai. Kitazawa walked up to Terai and said, I am Kitazawa. Hello. Terai's voice rang out, devoid of any emotion. Come with me to the meeting. Kitazawa glanced at him, then turned and walked away. Terai followed silently behind him, without uttering a word. The office of Shuimu. Isamu Yamada is already waiting. The content of today's meeting is very simple, we have reassigned your courses. After Kitazawa sat down, he took out 2 timetables and handed them to them. Yamada Isamu glanced at it and couldn't help but be surprised. Because he took the most classes, he has caught up with the previous Tsinghua University students. Kitazawa only taught 2 classes, the Will of Fire and the Ninjutsu class in the Practical Combat class, which was to teach the 3-body technique. As for Terai, he only has 2 classes, one on flower arranging and the other on astronomy. When Yamada Yu saw these 2 courses, he almost burst out laughing. The main reason is that Terai looks very talented, so he ended up taking flower arranging and astronomy classes. He suspected that Kitazawa and Terai had a grudge. Yamada Isamu subconsciously looked at Terai. He remained as indifferent as ever, seemingly having no objection to the course assigned to him. Are you a human? Yamada Isamu had never seen such a strange ninja. What do you think? Are there any parts that need to be changed? Kitazawa asked. No. Yamada Isamu immediately replied. Although he had more classes, he sensed the possibility of a promotion and a raise. As clearly stated in the previous notice, Kitazawa was temporarily serving as the homeroom teacher of Class 2A. After he leaves, it goes without saying who will be the homeroom teacher. That's why he was happy to attend extra classes. No. Terai shook his head and said. Very good, let's start classes according to this schedule from today. Kitazawa stood up and said, if you need anything, come to my office on the 1st floor. Okay. Yamada Isamu knew he was referring to another office. It's clear that Kitazawa's focus remains on Class 1A. After Kitazawa left, the atmosphere in the office took a sharp turn for the worse. I am Yamada Isamu, please. Yamada Yu was only halfway through his self-introduction when Terai turned and left. His face immediately froze. What's going on with this guy? They have absolutely no manners. Kitazawa returned to his office. Teacher Kitazawa. Hinata Hyuga asked with concern as soon as she saw him, how are you? I am fine. Kitazawa was slightly taken aback, probably guessing that she had heard about Mizuki's attack on him. After all, Hiruzen Sarutobi had issued the notice, so such explosive news naturally spread quickly throughout the Ninja Academy. I can ask my father to send someone to protect you. Hinata Hyuga hesitated for a few seconds before speaking. It hasn't come to that. Kitazawa raised his hand and flicked her forehead, saying. Hinata Hyuga had no idea how problematic her words were. She is the eldest daughter of the Hyuga clan and enjoys protection. But Kitazawa is nothing. But Hinata Hyuga was about to speak, but Kitazawa glared at her, so she shut her mouth with a pitiful expression. All right, it's time for breakfast. Kitazawa patted her head and said. Okay. Hinata Hyuga immediately became happy again. After breakfast, the two went to the classroom of Class A, Grade 1. Teacher Kitazawa, are you all right? That bastard Mizuki actually dared to lay a hand on you, he's truly despicable. Teacher Kitazawa, just say the word and we'll go teach those students in Class 2A a lesson. With Kitazawa's arrival, Class 1A became agitated. What nonsense are you talking about? Kitazawa shook his head and said, Mizuki is Mizuki, and Class 2A is Class 2A. They can't be confused. He was genuinely worried that they would cause trouble for Class 2A. If Hiruzen Sarutobi finds out, he'll definitely give him a piece of his mind. I am now the homeroom teacher of Class A in the 2nd grade, and we are all on the same side. Kitazawa emphasized this point, then said, let's begin class now. After the first class, he rushed to Class 2A. Did you hear that? You mean the matter with Professor Mizuki? Teacher Shui Mu is so confused. Perhaps it's a good thing for us, because it's Kitazawa-sensei who's taking his place. Is that Kitazawa-sensei, the teacher of Class 1A? I've heard he's incredibly skilled. If he wasn't good enough, could he have led Class A of the first year to defeat us? Hyuga Niji frowned slightly as he listened to the crowd's discussion. He didn't have any objections to Kitazawa. The thought that he was Hinata Hyuga's teacher made me feel very uneasy. Not long ago they were competitors, but now they've become our teachers. Tian Tian rested her chin on her hand and said, life is truly unpredictable. I've heard Naruto talk about Kitazawa-sensei a lot. His teaching level is the highest in the whole school. Lee Locke asked expectantly, do you think our class will have classes with Class 1A from now on? He really wanted to participate in the special training that Naruto Uzumaki was conducting. Possible. He glanced at Hyuga Niji as he spoke. Chapter 96 Increased Byakugan Purity. The class bell rang. As Kitazawa entered the classroom of Class 2A, the previously noisy students immediately fell silent. The classroom was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Hello everyone, I'm Kitazawa. Kitazawa said with a smile, from today onwards, I will be teaching your Will of Fire and Ninjutsu classes. That's great. It really is Kitazawa-sensei. Teacher Kitazawa, we've been looking forward to your visit for a long time. Why only 2 classes? I wish you could teach more. Kitazawa listened to their discussion and was somewhat surprised. The body of Shoimu is barely cold, and you're already cutting it off at lightning speed? Page 113. Of course, the children wouldn't think that much about it, it's simply because Shoimu usually treats them very casually, so they don't have any feelings for him. Kitazawa, with his renowned reputation, had led Class A of the first year to victory in the last friendly match, earning their complete respect. Everyone, take out your textbooks. Kitazawa picked up his pen and said, today's lesson is about the Will of Fire. Compared to the first year, the Will of Fire course in the second year is more in-depth. But Kitazawa has been teaching for so many years that he can easily master the Will of Fire regardless of the grade level. The class quietly came to an end. Kitazawa left as the school bell rang. As for the task of defeating Hyuga Niji, we'll discuss that during the ninjutsu class. Why is get out of class over already? This is the first time I've felt that class time has gone by so fast. I'm so glad I can go to class now. The students in Class 2A couldn't help but start discussing it. Compared to Mizuki-sensei, Kitazawa-sensei's level is much higher. Tenten looked at Hyuga Niji and asked, Niji, what do you think is acceptable? Hyuga Niji stated the truth. The fact that he could give such a positive evaluation based on his personality shows that Kitazawa taught him very well. I feel like I can understand quite a lot of what I'm saying. Lee Locke looked delighted, clenched his fist, and asked, so, I can have this kind of youth too. Niji Hyuga and Tenten exchanged a glance, both feeling helpless. After leaving Class 2A, Kitazawa returned to his office. He still had something to do today, select questions and compile the June monthly exams for each grade. Because there were no corresponding tasks to trigger, Kitazawa didn't take the June monthly exam seriously. Even Naruto's homework practice stopped. After checking all the questions submitted by the teachers of each grade, Kitazawa created a shadow clone. He himself went to the artificial lake at the Ninja Academy. Kitazawa stopped and looked at the group of people who were training. Nara Shikamaru was desperately dodging Kitazawa's ninjutsu on the lake. Of course, this Kitazawa is a shadow clone. Uchiha Sasuke was breathing fire not far away. After practicing for a period of time, he has mastered the fire release, Great Dragon Fire technique and can now breathe out a fire dragon. But this fire dragon is relatively small, so perhaps it could be called a milk dragon. Beside him, Sakura Haruno was intently reading a medical book. If reading is considered a form of training, then her progress is undoubtedly the fastest among everyone. Strictly speaking, it's even faster than Kitazawa. She truly lives up to her reputation as one of the main heroines in the original work, ranking first in the theoretical exam. Kitazawa felt he could start teaching her medical ninjutsu next week. When the time comes, Tsunade will teach him, and he will teach Sakura Haruno. That would be a wonderful thing. Kitazawa glanced at Yamanaka Ino, who was practicing the mind transfer technique, and then came to Hinata Hyuga. He grabbed her wrist, lifted it a few centimeters, and said, "Your movement just now was not standard." "I'm sorry, Kitazawa-sensei." Hinata Hyuga said somewhat embarrassedly. "It's nothing. Making mistakes is human nature. Just correct them." Kitazawa withdrew his hand, took a step back, and observed her movements. Hinata Hyuga practiced with a serious expression on her face. The time came in the afternoon. On the playground, Class A of Grade 2 stood in formation. "I don't know much about your strength." Kitazawa slowly began to speak. "Today is my first ninjutsu class, so let's have a sparring session. Does Mr. Kitazawa mean you want to spar with us?" Tien raised his hand and asked. "Good." Kitazawa said with a smile, "I hope to see your full strength." This was his idea for defeating Hyuga Niji. "Then we'll take turns going on stage one by one in order." Kitazawa looked at the first person in the first row and said, "You go first." "Yes." The little boy walked forward somewhat nervously. He took a deep breath and used his clone technique. 3 little boys darted left and right towards Kitazawa, trying to distract him. Kitazawa's response was simple: "One punch, one kid. I give up." The little boy was knocked to the ground and felt dizzy. "Your ability to create clones is quite impressive," Kitazawa commented. The second person to come on stage was a little girl. She used a transformation technique at the beginning, turning into a burly man even taller than Kitazawa. Unfortunately, it looks good but is useless. It can be knocked down with a single punch. The transformation technique is a bit lacking. Kitazawa nodded slightly and said, "In the first year, they only teach the clone technique, but in the second year, they add the transformation technique." In the ensuing sparring match, they used either clone techniques or transformation techniques. Only a few people know the 5 elements ninjutsu, but they are all the lowest level ninjutsu. In terms of overall strength, they are indeed stronger than Class A of Grade 1. But individually, Sasuke Uchiha and his 9 fellow Konoha members were more than capable of overwhelming them. Teacher Kitazawa. Rock Lee landed with an aerial somersault, gave a thumbs up, and said, "Let's have a battle full of passion and youth." Without saying a word, Kitazawa kicked it out. "It's also Leaf Whirlwind." Rock Lee, surprised, shouted excitedly, "Konoha Whirlwind." He met the attack with a whirlwind kick. Bang! The force from his leg sent him flying backward even faster. "So strong." Lee Rock said excitedly. After regaining his footing, he charged forward again. Konoha tornado. Rock Lee kicked first, then clenched his fist and slammed it at Kitazawa. Kitazawa stepped back, avoiding his attack. He reached out and, before anyone else could react, gripped Lee Rock's wrist tightly. To his horror, a sharp twist sent him staggering forward. Kitazawa kicked out again, sending him flying several meters. Come again. Rock Lee got up, shook his wrist, and launched another attack. Xiao Li's strength has increased a lot. Seeing this, Tian couldn't help but speak up. Niji Hyuga was somewhat surprised, but not much. After all, the gap between Rock Lee and him is still very large. Alright, that's enough of our sparring. Kitazawa distanced himself and said. He had already figured out Rock Lee's approximate strength, which was slightly weaker than Naruto Uzumaki's without using the shadow clone technique. But in terms of physical skills alone, he ranks among the best in both classes. Teacher Kitazawa. Tian stepped forward, clasped his hands in a respectful greeting, and said, "Please give me your guidance." Kitazawa immediately had a strong sense of déjà vu. Every day, from her name to her hairstyle and clothing, exudes the charm of a mysterious Eastern superpower. In fact, there are many such elements in the original work, such as Bagwazang, Jinjiao, Yinjiao, Banana Leaf Fan and Sun Wukong. Please. Kitazawa turned his hand and grabbed two kunao. Tenten immediately opened the summoning scroll, and numerous ninja tools flew out. Kitazawa stood still and threw out two kunao. The kunao disappeared into a large number of ninja tools and vanished without a trace. Every day, she looked on alert, searching for the two kunao that didn't belong to her. Soon, her eyes lit up, and she threw out several more shuriken. A clanging sound rang out. Kitazawa's two kunao fell from the sky, one on the left and one on the right, and stuck into the ground. Seeing this, Tian smiled smugly and took out another spirit scroll. Page 114. But at that moment, her smile froze. Suddenly, the two kunao stuck in the ground sprang up. Then, as if being controlled, it flew towards her. My pupils are shaking every day. She finally discovered the translucent rubber ropes connecting the two kunao. Is this the Uchiha clan's shuriken technique? Tian stared blankly for a moment, watching the kunao fly out from her left and right sides, and said, "Kitazawa-sensei, I admit defeat." Next. Kitazawa nodded slightly and put the two kunao back. Teacher Kitazawa. Hyuga Niji walked forward calmly. Kitazawa returned his smile. Finally, his real target has arrived. Hyuga Niji slowly stretched out his hands, activating his Byakugan at the same time. The next second, he approached Kitazawa using the body flicker technique. When the two were at a certain distance, he struck out with his palm, aiming precisely at the A-cup ointment on Baizi's abdomen. Kitazawa stood still and slowly reached for his wrist. What a great speed! Hyuga Niji was startled and lowered his arm to avoid Niji's grab. Immediately afterwards, he slapped Kitazawa's thigh. Kitazawa delivered a chop to his right wrist from above. Hyuga Niji felt a disruption in the flow of chakra within his arm. Although it only lasted for a moment, it rendered his palm strike ineffective. Coincidence? Did it just happen to strike a pressure point on his wrist? Hyuga Niji's expression changed slightly, but he didn't stop moving. He turned his body to the right and slammed his left hand down. Kitazawa smiled faintly, clenched his right fist, and smashed it into Kitazawa's palm. Hyuga Niji immediately felt his entire left hand go numb. Just as he was about to step back, Kitazawa grabbed his left hand and threw him over his shoulder. Niji Hyuga's arms had not yet recovered, and he was unable to maintain his balance, crashing heavily to the ground. He sat up instinctively, looking at Kitazawa with a horrified expression. Because he felt that every step and every palm strike of his was perfectly countered, and he even thought that Kitazawa was very proficient in gentle fist. But this is not possible. Kitazawa is not a ninja of the Hyuga clan, nor does he possess the Byakugan, so he cannot learn Gentle Fist. What exactly is going on? Are you okay? Kitazawa stepped forward and extended his hand. Thank you, Kitazawa-sensei. Hyuga Niji stood up and said seriously, you are very strong. The tone sounded like a normal friendly sparring match. Kitazawa Ando truly lived up to his reputation as a proud and arrogant genius. Current mission, defeat Hyuga Niji, the strongest student in Class 2A. Task reward, increases Byakugan purity by 10%. The host has completed the mission, reward issued. Your strength is a little lacking. Kitazawa said with a smile, if you don't work hard, you'll lose to Hinata next semester. Upon hearing this, Hyuga Niji's face immediately stiffened. In the original work, Naruto Uzumaki persuaded Niji Hyuga by first beating him up and then using his persuasive skills. This method is undoubtedly the best way to deal with such a genius. End of the video. Like, subscribe and hit the bell icon for more novels like this.